Alrighty, guys, good morning. Happy fucking Monday. Hope you guys are having a wonderful morning so far, guys. Tonight we're going to be doing more Overwatch 2. Prior to doing so, however, we are going to be covering the patch notes from Helldivers 2, which seem to be pretty robust. I had a glance over them earlier today, kind of ruined my initial impressions, but we're going to be covering that anyways. Good. Happy fucking Monday, guys. Got my coffee, ready to go here. We'll see where things go. As I mentioned before, we are not going to be playing Helldivers 2 tonight, hence why Overwatch 2 is open right now. Because we're leaving it to fallow, because I got burned the fuck out on that game. And we need to do something different, too. And the viewership for Helldivers 2 has kind of popped and fizzled, so... I suspect the patch today will bring back some people to the game, but in general it's just kind of died out. So there's people that still stop by, but it's not enough to offset the fact, unless I was like a bigger streamer, it's not enough to offset the fact that the game is just really kind of boring at this point. No. It immediately drops down to like 25 viewers, 20 viewers. This is Idle channel. It's not even Helldivers 2. So, pretty straightforward. There isn't really not much meat left on that bone, so to speak. Overwatch 2 or Dead by Daylight would be a better opportunity for me. Or maybe I should even be League of Legends. I talked about this before. Start playing League of Legends. I mean, I definitely could be. I was fucking phenomenal at HOTS. Definitely could be good at League of Legends. Just take a while. League of Legends obviously is not directly comparable to HOTS. HOTS being a very different kind of MOBA in terms of how it plays out throughout the match, as opposed to League of Legends. But there's a lot of people that still care about League of Legends. There's still a pro scene left in League of Legends. There's a lot of people that watch League of Legends, so... might be an opportunity. There's not really much left in terms of video games. I don't want to go back to Fortnite. It's considering Apex, but that's overrun by basically not only cheaters, but gamepad users. Yeah, also overran by gamepad users. Yeah, and COD I'm definitely not playing. I'm not playing any variant of Counter-Strike, which includes Valorant. That's boring, very boring games. Not much there, guys. Thunderstorm basically died out. The directory is still here. It's just mainly, almost exclusively, just people playing normal WoW. Since there wasn't a custom directory for Plunderstorm to begin with, you can't differentiate yourself, and as such, you get lost in the directory of people, because most of these people are not playing Plunderstorm. Actually, I don't think any of these guys are playing Plunderstorm. Last time we checked, it was like, we saw maybe 3 Plunderstorm streamers. They're gone. Thunderstorm itself was not actually it's not a game. It's a game mode for World of Warcraft, and as such, it's not going to see the same sort of development process that a normal game would go through. As such, like nothing. So basically, you're just stuck playing the same game over and over again. No real updates to it. Kind of sad, because it definitely could be part of their IP, and they could actually market it as such, but they just did a one and done, as Blizzard normally does. Alrighty. Let's take a look at the Helldivers Reddit here, guys. Take a look at the patch notes for today. I glanced over them already on the Discord. But we'll do it for stream. And there's a substantial amount of balancing changes here, in which the game desperately needs, both in terms of, I don't think there's really any stratagem changes, it's mainly just weapon changes. Balance changes to weapons, stratagems, and enemies. I didn't see the stratagem part, maybe I didn't scroll down far enough. I got to the bug fixes. Armors with armor rating above 100 now also reduce damage on headshots. I assume this is on Helldivers and not on enemies? I'm not sure exactly how this works. I assume this is relating to Helldiver armor. And basically the ability for enemies to crit you. Damage has always been really weird. It's not just like instantly you do like 2 times the damage number. It's not a static number. It feels like sometimes enemies will do more damage and then sometimes do a lot more damage. And obviously some of that is crits, but at the same time it also feels like there's some sort of mutator or modifier to enemies in which they'll do more damage in general. Big standout for that is sometimes you'll just get one-tapped by a charger when he charges you. Sometimes you'll get two-tapped by, like, let's say, a hunter, wearing light armor, that is. You'll get two-tapped by a hunter out of nowhere. The game has changed drastically in terms of the mobs and how they function over the course of the 2 months it's been out already. And we've talked extensively about it. Most of it has not been documented, by the way. In terms of either streamers talking about it, which I've talked about basically every change that's in the game, not just ones that are in patch notes, which other streamers have started doing now too, mainly talking about how tiles change in the procedurally generated instances, yeah. And in addition to that, talked about overall weapon rebalancing, which this doesn't really cover this. Big part of the game, once again, we've talked about multiple times, which other people apparently are talking about now, is the fact that if you have items in the game that are not, let's say, they don't need to be min-max perfect, so something that is best in slot, or, you know, it's like a min-max dream, right? It's a wet dream. You don't need to have something that's min-max perfect, but if it is generally an unusable item, it's essentially the same as having an item that you're incapable, like, it's like it didn't even exist. It's not only is it worse than not existing, you can't make a new item for it. You can't just all of a sudden out of nowhere, fucking kick put me in Overwatch 2. You can't even use the item to make a new item. So, like, if you have an idea for, like, let's say you're going to design a sniper rifle, right? That's explosive, and you already have the Ruptor that's in the game, and you want it, like, the Ruptor sucks. Ruptor does not suck, by the way. And you're like, oh my god, you know, like, let's make an explosive sniper rifle. Like, you want something to be better and actually have a slot. All of a sudden you have the Ruptor that already exists that competes with it. You can't even use the idea that you came up with in the first place because it already exists in the game. It essentially puts an idea and a weapon or just something into purgatory where it can't actually be addressed or used. Which in my personal opinion is very detrimental because then essentially you not only waste the idea, you waste the weapon itself, but also the development time to make it in the first place. It is highly detrimental to have items or things that just don't work at all or well at all. And as such, it's why weapon balance is inherently very important, because you can have stuff that, you know, people, not only will it be something, you know, people can use, but also it adds variety to the game, which we talked about. It's one of the reasons I got burned out is because I'm using the same guns over and over again. Adds variety to the game and makes things more interesting, because you can kill bugs in different ways. You can do different things. Even if it's not min-max perfect and not best in slot, a biz is not a biz. It doesn't need to be a biz. It just has to be usable. And most of the guns, a lot of the stratagems are just unusable. They just aren't good. And I'm not saying like, oh, it's not a Eagle airstrike, but it's not even in the ballpark. Like a Gatling barrage isn't even in the ballpark. And the difference between an Eagle airstrike when there's a dispersion that moves it around, and a Gatling barrage is a Gatling barrage when it moves to the outer edge of dispersion is basically worthless. And that's putting into effect that it is going to be not nearly as good in the first place because the damage it does over time isn't even that great. So it changes it from maybe you can use this ability, you know, every minute and a half or so, 70 seconds or whatever it is. You can use this ability in this one slot as area denial. All of a sudden it moves over here, or worse yet is when Joel trolls you and it throws it basically 0 degrees forward exactly on your position, which for a while there was a mutator. It is 100% a mutator where it would just, if you had dispersion, it would just move your orbital on top of your face. And it's like, if you have a circle, guys, you have a perfect circle, there's 360 degrees in which something can move away from the center, in addition to it actually moving to the full distance inside. So like it can appear in infinitesimal ways inside of the circle, right? Depending on how it RNGs. But if it always lands 0 degrees right on your face, it is not RNG, and we knew that. We talked about this a couple times. It happened so much that I knew it was not just random luck that was causing it to happen, because it happened too many times. It happened way too many times. That seemed to have gotten toned down, especially after they did the nerf to the debuffs, stratagem debuffs, so like it's like 25% now instead of 100 or 50 or whatever it was prior. After they did that, it seems as though they toned it down, because prior to me quitting the game like a week ago, stopped playing it, it definitely seemed like the amount of times that I was getting hit by it was next to minimal. It barely ever happened anymore. The same thing with the bots. It might have even happened at the same time. Good morning, Imperador. It might have even happened at the same exact moment that they changed the bots to be more fun. They stopped. It was the big thing we talked about on the stream multiple times, was the fact that the bots would just one-tap you out of nowhere. They do the Star Trooper aim, or Jesus Christ, Space Trooper aims, the Stormtrooper aim. Yeah, they fucking do the Stormtrooper aim, where they're like fucking shooting you all over the place, shooting the ground, shooting the fucking sky. They're shooting all around like this, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they would instantly laser you and either kill you or basically do 90% of your HP and health, and just out of nowhere. And a lot of the units in the bots did that. They toned that down a lot. That changed drastically, but that was a thing for a while, and you can't fight that. You can't fight instant death. It doesn't work that way, and it makes it unfun. You know, Joel might be sitting there giggling to himself in his one hand in cheesy doodles, and the other hand on his mouse, you know, just sitting there, just like leaning back on his keyboard, clicking on the cannon turret and killing Helldivers. But for the most part, for Helldivers itself, it wasn't fun, because you can't counter it. You can't respond to it. You just die. And there is a place to be said, or thing to be said about one-shots being viable, because bots should be able to one-shot you. It should be rare. It should be telegraphed, though. Just like in an MMO, when you die to a one-tap mechanic, the fucking guy, we've talked about this immensely before they started doing this stuff, where you get the fucking, you know, like, let's say you got like a giant, he goes like, you know, he winds up and then slams down on the ground. If you stand there, you're dead, right? And different MMOs will sometimes do it differently, where they'll show like outlines on the ground, they'll show where it's about to hit, they'll make warning sounds, whatever. That's telegraphed, right? It actually has a before and after. The problem is if you got your fucking ice giant or whatever, and he just, instead of doing a wind up like this, he just like goes forward, he goes boop, and just like pokes you and you die. You know, that's basically what's happening for a while on bots, and that's not fun. That was not fun. Yeah, they changed it though. It's definitely different now. Anyways, yeah, that was a big deal, and that got changed. This, we're just completely off in left field. This though, armors with armor rating above 100 also reduce headshot. We were talking about mutators, reduces damage. Yeah, I assume this applies to Helldivers. It doesn't say here, but armor rating could also be what's on bugs or bots. But I assume this is specifically Helldivers. So armors with rating above 100 is basically medium armor, or medium armors with modifiers such as padding or heavy armor or the in-between armors or whatever. Apparently now will help reduce critical damage and specifically headshots, but once I mentioned the range of damage that the same exact unit can do is widely varied. It's not just normal damage and headshot damage. There's all different sorts of levels in between here. And I assume that's also changed over time, not just by mutators or things that affect the units, but just in general has changed over time. Yeah. We'll see, though. How much this matters remains to be seen. This would be an interesting one that you'd have to basically go on the field and test the overall effectiveness of this. This is a pretty big change for armors in general. Victory poses not only play. It's kind of like, by the way, I'm going to point out, guys, that a lot of stuff that we talked about on stream is in the patch notes here. I just want to point this out before we even get started here. While I was glancing over, a lot of things that I said on stream are in patch notes, and I'm not just saying once. We talked about a lot of these immensely. If you want to go back and look at my prior patch note discussions, you can. But a lot of these things we actively discussed on stream. Victory poses will only play for the extracted. No stolen valor on my ship. I said this a couple different times, that it was weird that you got to play your victory pose. You should just sit on the sidelines and clap when people, you should be playing the clapping emote when people extract on the sidelines. I'd agree with this, and I've talked about this as well on my stream. Good. And it's important for me to point this out because I'm a small streamer, but Joel definitely watches my stream, and then, you know, Joel being just a collective term for all of Arrowhead. There's various peoples in Arrowhead that must be Joel being like Negan. Joel has watched my stream, and then occasionally he stops by, he drives up in his Ferrari, and he goes, yeah, that guy's know what he's talking about, and then drives off, you know. What is Phara? Phara is a character in Overwatch. It's not who we're playing tonight, or not what we're talking about right now, though. Or are you just memeing about the lack of a letter? But yeah, drives up in his Ferrari. It's like, hey bud, how's it going? Yeah, this guy knows what he's talking about, and he drives off. That's why I have him on my flip phone speed dial, guys. But let's go into this, guys. Exploding crossbow. We talked about this. Tried using it a lot. It does not work on bugs. It works on mainly works in bots. Yeah, Phara from Overwatch. No, that's we're gonna be going to Overwatch after we cover the patch notes for Helldivers 2, which we're doing right now. That's from talking about Overwatch. Exploding crossbow, we talked about it quite a few different times. The exploding crossbow definitely needed something, and when I was using it, it does not work against the bugs. The reason for that is because the small bugs move so fast, and the big bugs it doesn't do anything against. Like the small bugs, they'll get up next to you, and then you'll start hitting yourself. There's a ginormous fucking hitbox on it, so if they're anywhere close to you, it'll hit you. It doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it knocks you over, and that basically means you're about to die. Good morning, Edwin. It means you're about to die. So the exploding crossbow needed something, and we talked about this. It was the main criticism I had with the exploding crossbow, which is not what they changed here. The main criticism I had for the exploding crossbow was the fact that it has an accuracy. I'm not talking about the damage drop-off. The damage drop-off, I'm not talking about the projectile, dropping over distance. I was talking about if you fire this in a circle, it will hit. It has an accuracy issue where it will not hit dead center with drop. It will hit all over the place. What this means was when you are fighting, which by the way, they don't actually have a lot in their patch notes, so this might be changed. It's one of these things where you'd have to test it out and see if it actually works now. Like if they actually edited it and they just didn't say anything. What this meant is when you are fighting a shield devastator, the guy with the shield sitting there, and he has like little patch here that you can shoot, this little L shape right here that you can shoot, you need to be able to hit it. But when I was playing with him, what would happen is the projectile would hit the shield, it'd hit around it, and you really, really needed to hit the center. And then at the same time, they'd be pelting you with shots, and of course it throws off your aim because they aim punch too on top of it. That appears as though they did not change that. However, they have a slightly smaller explosion radius on it was fucking huge. It was bigger than the fucking eruptor. Slightly smaller explosion, slightly being subjective, and once again, you'd have to figure this out live, and it might be worth even trying again. Increased stagger, so you're more likely to actually get multiple shots on someone that desperately needs it so you don't die. The stagger time for the robots was for the Rocket Devastator and then for the Shield Devastator. The stagger time was just enough. If you hit the second shot, right when you could fire it, you would stop them from basically attacking you. But it had to be exactly on. So, which means they'd oftentimes get a shot off on you, and it'll lead to salad being tossed and people just flying all over the place, and all of a sudden you're playing with a very ineffective weapon. So increasing the stagger, increased being subjective, once again, there's no value here. It could mean that it might be something like the Punisher probably being one of the most powerful staggers in the game. The Punisher is the shotgun. It's more powerful than the Slugger or the Dominator. That was the shotgun that they buffed as the basic shotgun. The first one you get is extremely, well, when I used it was extremely it just staggers and knocks back hardcore. So whatever the stagger amount is, if it's the same amount of stagger that you can see on the Dominator, it would be more than enough. Once again, you have to hit in that small window. If you can't hit that small window, or you can't hit the eyeball on the Rocket Devastators, then it's not going to be able to do anything. So, yeah, like it doesn't mean anything. You can increase the stagger all you want, but if you don't hit where you need to aim with the robots, the weapon's effectively dead. Decrease the number of mags from 12 to 8. The exploding crossbow did have a lot of ammo. Increased number of magazines received from resupply from 6 to 8. Slight reduction in ergonomics, which probably means that it's going to have more recoil. Muzzle velocity increase. This means there's less damage or drop. There's a lot of less projectile drop over distance. This doesn't mean that it's going to reduce the damage on it. Okay, sure. I want to also preface and talk about stuff here because of the way the game has changed over time, and the Eruptor was released, and the Quasar was released, and everyone's using the autocannon now for the bots and whatnot. I do want to mention that like a lot of my balancing advice was based on the fact that, you know, like the bugs like 2 weeks ago, right, 3 weeks ago. A lot of it's based on like the quasar, you know, being what you'd use against bots and bugs and, you know, whatnot, right? So the quasar being obviously the strongest of stratagems you could actually use against heavy units. It needed a nerf unless they wanted to bring the other weapons up to it, and it looks like they didn't. And this is one of the things I actually suggested. One of the two things the quasar either needed was it needed basically the amount of shots per minute, because EATs, for instance, is 70 seconds, you get 2 shots, so 35 seconds per shot, right? The quasar, on the other hand, was every 10 seconds it could refire. That's a lot of fucking shots. That was like, what, you know, base 66 shots per minute, right? Something absurd. And that's a lot. That's a fucking lot of shots. Compared to EAT, which is the next closest thing, it wasn't even a contest. Putting aside the fact that you have to factor in the charge time, which I think is like 4 seconds or 3 seconds for the quasar. Yeah, it was a lot of shots comparably to other weapons of, like, you know, even the recoilless. Even the recoilless, like, you know, potentially has a higher shot per minute than anything else if you have access to ammo supplies, because you can just pick up a shitload and you can just keep firing that shit off, right? But then you have a backpack weapon. So, but they decided to nerf it, and one of the things I did suggest was either increasing the amount of time between shots, so you increase basically the cooldown on it, or you'd have to increase the amount of time before you can shoot, which also would drastically lose its effectiveness, because there's sometimes when you have to get the shot off, and if you can't get it off, it very much ruins it, which is the same way the railgun was. The railgun was not so much that they added the fact that it can explode, or that you have to overcharge it. It was the fact that you had to spend this gigantic bar of time to overcharge the shit out of the railgun. And what happened was, it meant that when you had to use it in clutch situations, you couldn't charge it fast enough to get it off. you couldn't get it up. You couldn't get the charge time up. And apparently they buffed the railgun in here too, which we're going to get to in a second. But yeah, this is one of my criticisms. The railgun needed nerfs in the first place, but then it also got nerfed too much, and now they have to bring it up. Like I said, there isn't a silver bullet to game balance, guys, and when we've talked about this before, it's like hysteresis. Sometimes you'll buff stuff too much, sometimes you'll nerf it too much, and it goes back and forth, and you have to taper it out. So over time, hysteresis line is where it will use a algorithm to smooth something out. It's oftentimes used with fans, right? So your fan doesn't go wee, wee, you know, like it goes up and down, like a straight digital algorithm, right? You know, it's just like up, down, up, down, up, and down as the set points trigger. It finds somewhere in between. And as such, there isn't always going to be a silver bullet. And I don't know who needs to be told this, either people that play games or developers, but they should not be afraid to buff or nerf things, and people that play games should not be overly critical when something is getting buffed or nerfed, and then like make it seem like that has to be the end result. Now, things can change over time. In the case of Blizzard, and with Blizzard games in general, guys, oftentimes that turns that cycle we're just talking about there, instead of it taking a couple weeks, Arrowhead development is very fast for the most part. They've slowed down, but they're probably feeling fatigued, so I don't blame them. Not every company can ramp like fucking Epic did for Fortnite, but in general, the case of Blizzard, where we have like a 2-week cycle or maybe a month cycle. You know, when's Railgun get nerfed like a month ago? Month cycle in Helldivers 2. In fucking Overwatch, Phara got her shit punched in like, what, 2 months ago? And she's probably not going to get buffed again for another 6 months. Because not only does Blizzard have to admit that they're wrong, they have to figure out a way of buffing her without looking like they were wrong in the first place. Yeah, which is what Blizzard does. They don't undo changes they did that were wrong. They just side buff to make it look like they weren't wrong. It's really fucking stupid. It's not really gaslighting. It is power games. It's what people do to try and make it, you know, like, it's like politics. It's like admitting you're wrong without admitting you're wrong, so people won't criticize you for being wrong in the first place. It's really fucking stupid, because in the case of video games, or development, or just programming in general, stuff moves really fast. And it just happens. In the case of League of Legends, Riot has gotten their community so used to changes that they'll just cry a river about something, and they'll just move on with their lives. And it's kind of like the end result, or the ultimate case you want to be, is where your community is used to change to the point where they aren't going to flip out their shit. I always go back to talking about fucking H1Z1, and now there's the AR-15 and the AK-47, and it turned into this this Team AK and Team AR, and they had to be like, everyone was at war with each other, and no matter what, they couldn't be right, and the AK couldn't be good because AR-15 was the OG gun that was in the game. And then putting aside the fact that there should have been 15 fucking guns in that game, and it's one of the criticisms I had with the game. That was a decade ago. One of the criticisms I had with that game, and one of the reasons I left, they stopped adding shit. They just stopped adding weapons and things to the game, and that ruins it. You need to have new content to keep things fresh. I don't know exactly why it happened, but they just stopped doing it, and it really, really killed the momentum of the game because it just, there was nothing else to it. That's all it was just, you have these handful of weapons and that's it. And it turned into Team AK versus Team AR, and everyone's aligned to a side, and then obviously the devs couldn't, balance things anymore, because then they'd be aligning with one side, and you wouldn't want that, and then it offends another side. Like literally fucking religion, just all, like, people draw the lines in the sand. Just being able to get people used to fucking change all the time is important, so then people won't fucking flip out when there is change, because they need to understand that there's going to be change, and hopefully there's going to be change. Otherwise it stagnates. Not every game can be Counter-Strike, where people will play it for 20 years after the game's released, because all they want to play is Counter-Strike, Like, some people just want to do that. They just want to play that one game. And developers should not, even though it's kind of like a wet dream to, like Valve was just sitting there on their lawn chairs drinking their margaritas, that's definitely not what most people want when they play a game. And as such, a game can't really turn into that, because then just they lose interest and people quit. So it's always going to change. But in this case, the Quasar, this is basically essentially increased the shots per minute by 50%, putting aside charge time on the weapon, which I think is like 3 seconds, and you can figure this out with a calculator or whatever. But essentially, it goes from a 10-second cooldown to a 15-second cooldown. That's substantial. It's still not enough to obsolete the EAT, but it might also leave room open for recoilless to actually mean value, have value, that's good, because now all of a sudden we have a weapon that might be room-only viable. That being said, the Quasar, when you use it against certain units, it wasn't really exceptionally good against bots, and against bugs, I think it was good enough. And eventually we got to the point where there's so many bugs that it didn't really matter, and I don't know. It really depends, because the balancing for the bots and bugs has changed immensely, unrelated to Hell. It's almost like two different departments here. This is a Helldivers 2, so the divers themselves. This is a balance mainly for divers, and then of course the balancing for the bugs and bots always changes. It's always changed since launch. People that think it's only when they announce it are full of shit. It's always changed. They've added attacks to attack lists, which we talk about every time we see one. They've added attacks to attack lists. They've added new ways that units will approach you. They added new logistics. They added new spawning mechanics. Everything constantly changes with the bugs and bots, and they don't tell you. And they have a way of doing it. I don't know how. They have a way of doing it without updating the game. It's like the game actually receives like a manifest from the server or something as far as how the bugs are supposed to interact with you, because it definitely changes. It changes all the fucking time. We've talked about it. It's not just random. It definitely just always constantly changes. Every time, prior to Reddit flipping out and the Charger getting its ass nerfed because, oh my god, I'm in fucking Diff 5 and the Charger appears and I can't kill it, because they have no idea how to kill the goddamn thing. And obviously it's unstoppable Titan if you don't know how to kill it and you just run around like a chicken with your head cut off. Prior to the Chargers getting nerfed, they had all different sorts of attacks. They just kept adding attack lists to the thing. They made it like a mini-boss, which I wasn't against, by the way. I thought it was fun, because the Chargers had they had a fucking charge. At one point, Joel being Negan, Joel tested all different sorts of things on our stream, and there's a lot of stuff I didn't see on other people's streams, but we definitely saw it here. The Charger did not start out with nearly as many attacks as it ended up with. They toned down the number of attacks and kind of attacks. They added in the ground pound, where it goes like roar and like hits the ground. They added in the butt bump, where it goes boop when it hits you next to you, which does all different sorts of weird shit. At one day, every time you got hit by the Charger, it just broke my legs. That would happen for a single day, and it happened so much that I knew it wasn't fucking random. Every single goddamn time I got hit by a Charger, it broke my legs, which means it just ate a med kit. Yeah, so it was a pretty good way of whittling down survivors if they just run out of med kits because they have broken legs. And your broken leg means you can't run, and if your chest gets hemorrhaged, you can't regain stamina. So it essentially means you have to use a med kit or you die. More or less means you have to use a med kit. Yeah, Charger had all different sorts of fucking weird shit. The Charger would sometimes do a charge, and it would stop, and then it would do like a momentary fast charge. Sometimes that can be lag, but I've seen times where it wasn't the case, where it didn't just lag out, it stopped, and then it would it would fast charge at you, like half the charge speed. And then there's other times where it would do a slow charge. Slow charge being instead of charging at you, it would run. It would like walk fast. It'd walk faster than normal, at about maybe 50% faster than normal walk speed, and then it would just keep coming at you. You could outrun it, but eventually you just run out of, and then it would do a ground pound. You just eventually run out of stamina. Whether or not it's bugged or not, I don't know, but it happened a lot. And this happened a lot of different times throughout the game's history. Like Charger being one I'm very familiar with because they're so prominent, right? They're just one of the more prominent enemies, like Bile Titans. They had a weird-ass fucking Charger where it would charge through the animation, and instead of stopping and then walking at you and then doing a ground pound, it would immediately ground pound. This happened for a couple days. It would immediately ground pound after the charge, which if you are near it, like it's like having a cleave. So if the charger is like this, the effective kill radius of the charger, instead of hitting you with the initial charge, the cleave radius would be like this. So instead of, having to dodge the side of the charger, it could kill you if you're in this radius around it, because it would just turn and immediately ground pound you. At one point, they were testing some sort of fast turn mechanic on the chargers, where instead of having to stop, like you could turn around the side of it as a helldiver, you could turn around the side of it, and then it would just slow, like stop and then turn around and start to charge again. It would actually make a U-shape, come back at you, and then do a ground pound, which was actually extremely effective, but next to impossible to outrun basically two chargers when they started doing that shit. And that was for maybe 2 days in the game. But either way, the chargers have changed immensely over time, constantly changing them. And I'm not against that, but it's not found in the patch notes. And as such, right now, even though the Quasar Cannon, in terms of Helldiver balance, the Quasar Cannon was very powerful compared to other stratagems, is it actually needed now because of the way the chargers interact with you and the number of chargers? There's no way of telling unless you play this live at this point, whether or not this is going to mean that you're going to have a lot of problems with bugs now. I don't think so, but it depends. The mutators that they throw on the bugs constantly, where the number of bugs and the number of spawns varies drastically, and you'll have something in the case of we've had purely fucking grasshopper and beetle spawns, which was bad. It was so boring. It was absolutely boring as fuck. And we ended up with effectively our entire squad ended up with like something where 1,100 kills at the end, but all they were beetles and the little grasshoppers, not the hunters, the grasshoppers. So the little guys that go and then hop once and then they just sit there. Not the hunters, but they're small adolescent hunters or something. They fly. It's just beetles and those things, and it wasn't enough. Where in order for that to be effective, you have to do what was the fucking Egyptian mummy, the mummy, where you have just a fucking wave of you have a wave of beetles coming at you. It's the only way they could be effective because they're just way too easy to kill. They'd have to overwhelm you with numbers, but there's never enough to do that. And that kind of goes into the spawning mechanics in the game, which we talked about before, where there's only basically one place that can have a bug hole at once. I don't know if that's CPU limited or if that's intentional, but basically, if you have multiple Helldivers in multiple different locations, all of a sudden you run into a case where you can't have basically multiple assaults happening simultaneously, and it makes things a lot easier for certain Helldivers that aren't near them. And you can have one guy corral them. Bots are a lot more difficult to do because they have basically the bot drop happens once and then it's over. It's bot drop happens in 30 seconds and it's done. Where the bug hole's open and they're open for 3 minutes or something where they just run at you. The bots, on the other hand, drop bots in fucking 30 seconds, and then they're all dropped and they're all there. And that means that the refire, so the reability for the resupply of and reinforcements for the bots is much higher. They can easily overwhelm you, and that's putting aside the fact that they can do that anyways. It makes it very, very difficult to deal with sheer numbers of bots. But that's another just issue in general of the game. So I don't know. It's gonna, whether or not this is gonna matter remains to be seen. This, in terms of balance, needed to happen for the Quasar was just much better than all the other anti-heavy stuff in the game. I'm going to have to look up the weapon names because I know what the guns look like and I've used them, but I don't remember the full names. The Adjudicator is the heavy assault rifle, which I used exclusively as a heavy assault rifle. I do remember this one. This is the heavy assault rifle. I specifically called it the heavy assault rifle, even though it was labeled as a DMR. And we went on a long rant and talked about this, how even if an item is in a different category, it doesn't matter. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, but it says it's a pig, You know, it doesn't matter what Joel says it is. It's basically using a duck as a duck. That's what it comes down to, right? And in the case of the Adjudicator, it was a heavy assault rifle in my eyes, and it's how I used it. I never used it on semi-auto, and I barely ever sniped with it, because it actually kind of sucked at that, which was true. But on full auto, it was a pretty good heavy assault. It was very, very DACA heavy. It's very, very DACA heavy. It's a lot of fun to use, because it's basically like a heavy assault, just you know, when you're using that fucking thing, it's fantastic. I enjoyed using it, even though it wasn't as good as other weapons. It was fun to use. So we used it a decent chunk until I started using the Ruptor at the end there, because apparently it wasn't getting nerfed, and I thought that was an opportunity to show people that it was broken as shit, which it was. But now, they basically did that. They did exactly that, which we talked about quite a bit on stream. It is now full auto mode as default fire mode, as it should have been in the first place. They reduced the recoil, and the recoil on it was very chunky, but I think it was manageable. They increased the mags, which is another issue I had with the gun, which is it just didn't have enough ammo. You always ran out of ammo. They increased the mag size. Increased magazine from resupply, which is good. Which max. This is just quality of life for this, obviously. And now placed amongst assault rifles. As it turns out all along, guys, the Educator is actually a heavy assault rifle. Mind blown, right? But it also has a scope on it, which makes it kind of fun. So you can actually occasionally kind of snipe with it. The big problem with it, though, is it's not very effective against bots. It works against bugs, but it doesn't work against bots at all. The penetration on it doesn't seem good enough, so you can't pop heads. I don't know why, but you can't really pop heads at all. It doesn't work. So I don't know if there's some breakpoint that this thing needs to cross in order to do that, but the penetrator, the normal Liberator penetrator, is actually better than this against bots. So it might still not be effective against the bots. It's one of these things where you'd have to try it. Maybe it was a recoil issue and this might fix it. You'd have to try this out. But overall, very good, and this needed to happen to the Adjudicator. Laser Cannon. Laser Cannon, also pretty good. I'd say it was a pretty good spot. I don't use it at all, but I think it was in a pretty good spot. I did use it after it got buffed. It's pretty good. It's just I chose to use a Quasar because you can't peek with the Laser Cannon. So when you're playing against bots, and you can peek out right as you're about to fire, you can't do that with the Laser Cannon, and that's a pretty big deal. When you're playing against the heavy devastators, the guys with the shield, or the rocket devastators, if you peek out there and you sit there and go like that, you know, you have to sit there on target, and that gives them plenty of time to shoot back at you, and that's more than enough time to toss your salad, and then you're fucked. So, while it is good, one of the reasons I didn't use it is because you couldn't jiggle peek with it and actually stop from just instantly dying. Slightly increased damage, slightly reduced damage versus large volume bodies. So this is making it less effective against the fatties, I believe. Once again, one of my 17,000 upvoted posts on Reddit, where we talked about the laser cannon, I think they missed the mark on this, which is the fact the laser cannon should just do increased damage the longer it's on target on a specific spot, which someone went and turned into a Reddit post. So there you go, which we actually talked about it quite a bit before that happened, including in my patch videos. If you guys are curious about that, it's there. So yeah, they went and took that and turned it into a Reddit post, it got 17,000 upvotes. Which I still think is a good idea, and not just for the laser cannon. I think it should apply to all laser or light-based weapons, is changing how... Let's go with the triad. Let's go with the triad here, because triad just sounds cool, right? You have ballistic damage, you have rocket damage, and you have laser damage. You have light-emitted damage, right? So you have 3 different damage types. How they apply to each of the character, or each of the enemies, would change which weapons you use against what, and how you choose to damage them. So you could have a ballistic thing where you're poking the eyeball, right? It's all about shooting the slit, poking the eyeball, poking the hole, you know, all different sorts of innuendos for there. And you have the explosive, which is about hitting, you know, maybe the squishy parts. So shooting the pooper on the Bile Titans, or on chargers, shooting the charger and the pooper, which autocannon kind of does. It's not really penetrative as much as it just as much as it's about the explosive damage on it. So shooting the pooper, and these things are kind of in the game right now, but not really, and not really in the form that I'm talking about. And then of course you can have units that it might actually have resistances to it, depending on what kind of armor they have, or what different sorts of ways. This is basically like from Mech Warrior. Mech Warrior was basically a triad game where it had 3 different weapon types, where it had laser damage, basically rocket damage, and then ballistic damage from autocannons, right? It's kind of the same thing, and how they interact with the characters, or with the mechs, would change based on this. So you have something that's more about shooting squishies, and obviously would work well against crowd clear, right? So against small units. You have a third one, which is more like the first one, but it's not the same, where it could actually, even without having access to the poking the hole, poking the slit, sticking in the hole, you know, one of those things, you can create your own hole, or a prolonged period of time will create basically stress on an area. So you can effectively create your own weak spot with a different kind of weapon, and it might work against, you know, enemies that might be more well armored, or maybe they're less likely to aim at you, or maybe you will have an off angle most of the time, so you can't actually get in can't get in the hole. You know, there's cases you can make for all three of these things where they might be effective against certain things and not against others. And then, of course, you can add other things to them too, like refire rate or whatever. But right now, basically, this game comes down to basically two different types of damage, which is explosive and hole poking, like, and penetrative, I guess you could say. Armor penetrative. There's all different sorts of ways you could tweak this, but it's more easily understandable if you have, like, real life or reasoning mechanics behind them, right? In a case of laser cannon, I still think that they could have done basically like making your own hole. You can make your own slit to shoot if you wanted to. Visor, obviously, right? Your own visor to shoot, depending if you're on target and on that target, and you have to stay on that target, and it creates a weak point, which was turned into, once again, a 17,000 upvoted post on Reddit. I still think that's good. The Punisher Plasma has always been meta, basically since the game released, and I didn't really think it needed a nerf. It kind of fell out of favor just because there's other things to use, and everyone was using it, so I don't really use it, or I didn't really use it, mainly because it was just meta, and it wasn't fun because it was meta. And I really didn't think it needed that much of a nerf, but I guess the developers did, and it was a very good gun. Decreased mags by 12 to 8. The gun itself already had problems with ammo, and this is going to make it even more strained on ammo supply. That being said, the game has changed drastically since launch in terms of the amount of ammo you can find on the ground. So this, in general, means even if you're going to have less mags, you can still find mags for it. So maybe this isn't even bad. This might just be kind of shoehorning up the ammo. Increased amount of magazines received from resupply from 6 to 8, so now you need less resupplies to refill everything. Increased projectile speed, but will keep a similar range, which is damage fall off, I believe, is a similar range. Not overall range, but damage fall off. Increased projectile speed, so it's easier to hit on long-range targets. Decreased damage fall off on explosions, so it's more consistent explosive damage. Now placed in the energy weapons category. Bravo, Joel. You learned. That was kind of a weird one too. You got that. You got it, Joel. Oh no. No, the Punisher Plasma is the plasma shotgun. Never mind. Okay. Pump the brakes here, guys. I'm thinking the original plasma gun. This is the plasma grenade launcher, which is called the plasma gun, which doesn't actually... I was like, wait, isn't the plasma gun already in the energy category? This is the plasma shotgun, which was basically a energy grenade launcher. Okay. Yeah, so this is that energy shot... The fucking plasma shotgun / grenade launcher was absolutely terrible. It definitely needed to be buffed. Like, this sounds kind of weird. No, this is the plasma grenade launcher, because it basically shoots a ball of plasma, which is a grenade launcher, and it has an arc. So yeah, they made it less arcy, so maybe it's less like a grenade launcher, more like a rocket launcher. Decreased damage drop off. This actually matters a lot more, mainly because this gun was, it had a pretty big radius on it to begin with. So maybe this will actually make it better. The gun itself, the Punisher Plasma, was just fucking terrible. It was very, very bad. They moved it to the energy weapons category. Bravo. So they moved it out of the shotgun category and put it into the energy weapons category. Good. Arc 12 Blitzer, I believe, is the energy shotgun, the lightning shotgun. Which I thought was... If you're into that sort of thing, it might be for you. Check just real quick here. Yeah, it's good for crowd control if you get overwhelmed. Yeah, this is the lightning tickler, I used to call it, because all it would do is just tickle enemies around you. Yeah, so I didn't really use this a whole lot because, once again, another weapon that really fucking sucked. Remember what we were talking about? Basically, if you have weapons in a game and no one uses them, it's effectively the same thing as not having the weapon in the first place. This is an example of that. Where you had something in the game and just no one would use it, because it honestly wasn't that good. I mean, if you're into crowd control, it was alright. Blitzer increased shots per minute from 30 to 45, so that's an instant increase in DPS by 50%, right? Now place in the energy weapons category. Bravo, Joel. Bravo. We're cleaning up those categories. Good for you. R36 Eruptor, arguably the most powerful fucking primary weapon in the game, and essentially a stratagem weapon that is a primary weapon, and I still believe so. It is extremely, extremely good. And I don't know why people didn't become meta in the first week, and that's one of the reasons I started using it, but it didn't, and all of a sudden, it needs a little bit of a nerf, maybe if you use it enough, right? So, I don't know. Eruptor, extremely good. Even with the decrease in maximum megs, which it had an insane amount of ammo. It had an absolutely insane amount of ammo. Reduced it from 12 to 6, as it should have been in the first place. That's still very much in usable territory, because it is basically, it's essentially like having a rocket launcher, and you're not going to just spam rounds out of it. Explosion damage drops off slightly faster. The explosive damage on it in the radius is fucking huge. Whether or not this is a meaningful nerf remains to be seen. You'd have to use it. But in its current state, when I played it last, slightly might be not fast enough. It was just extremely, extremely good. Alright, the sickle, decreased amount of magazines from 6 to 3. The magazines on the sickle were weird to begin with, mainly because you have energy weapons, and the energy weapons are supposed to be about managing the amount of energy you use, right? So you aren't supposed to overheat them and change out the magazine, otherwise it's just an assault rifle. And weirdly enough, the sickle just came with a bunch of assault rifle magazines, and it didn't really matter if you overheated or not. You didn't even really need to play around the mechanic. Whereas the scythe, I believe, if I remember right, only had like one mag. It had one extra mag, and if you used that up, you're just fucked, right? So you had to actually min-max it a little bit. But the sickle was basically just a better liberator. It essentially just amounted to a better liberator. That being said, it's still worse than the fucking shotguns. Once again, we're talking about gun differentiation. Shotguns are a do-everything weapon. They're just good at all ranges and do everything well. And as such, while you can make claims for certain things in the game, they don't have the damage fall off, for instance, at longer ranges to make them a CQB to short-range weapon, or maybe a CQB to medium-range weapon, depending on which one you're using, right? They just turned into an everything weapon. And they still need to address that, which once again is going to involve a huge, giant balancing pass across everything, which also got turned into a Reddit post, but we talked about that well before that case, which you can find in my patch note videos. Thanks, Reddit. But the sickle is basically just a better assault rifle, and what might even be better than this is they should redo how fast the energy falls off on it and make it like a ramping curve. So the longer you hold down the button for, it'll just eventually just ramp up really fucking fast at the end there and overheat. And so it first forces you to make more tactical clicks or more burst fire and pick and choose when you fire it so it's less spammy, right? So you play around with the energy mechanic on it. And make it once again where you get like one mag. So if you overheat it and then you overheat it again, you're fucked. I think that was actually a pretty good idea, basically to offset the fact that it was a laser gun, right? But they didn't do that. More like the beam weapon too. Laser cannon I think has 3 megs on it. I don't remember offhand though. Scythe has been absolutely fucking horrible since the launch of the game. Increased damage from 300 to 350, that's not going to make it good. The Scythe just sucks a lot. It is really, really, really bad. It's not even about the damage ramp up. Even when you ramp it up, it just doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just really, really bad. So, like, they can make it where it ramps up in a linear fashion or ramps up, logarithmically and play around with the curve a bit to make people kind of fiddle with it. People like piddly stuff. They like playing around with stuff that's kind of intricate in nature, as opposed to just using the Liberator. That being said, you have different strokes for different folks, right? You have a Liberator, which is just a straight-up assault rifle. You have stuff with no mechanics on it. It's just straight to the point, right? And then you have stuff where maybe you can play around with it a little bit, and it gives people the opportunity to min-max it, and in their mind have a little bit of autonomy, or what's another word for autonomy? Self-actualization in the game, where it feels like you actually have control over what you're doing and making things better. People like stuff like that. So in the case of the energy weapons, you can actually use it and make it into a mechanic if you want to. But as it stands, I don't think this is going to fix the scythe at all. And sickle, this is still not going to make the sickle stop being useful. Everyone's going to keep using it. And it doesn't play around the idea that, like, the way the sickle was balanced in the first place, it kind of just encouraged you to overheat the thing and then just not even play around with the energy mechanic on it. So that needs to be addressed in order to make the sickle something different, right? As opposed to just a better Liberator. Liberator is the basic assault rifle, by the way, that you start with in the game. Railgun. Railgun needed buffs. We've talked about that quite a bit, even though they nerfed it and it needed nerfs. It needed to be buffed again. Instead of reducing the time it takes you to go from 0% to explosion, they just increases the armor pen on it, which they can do, but I think actually the better case for this, once again, is literally just making, or you're just going to end up back in the same place you were before, which is you just make it really effective at lower charge levels, which is the same thing as decreasing the amount of time it takes you to charge from 0 to explosion, right? It's the same thing. It's just instead of having to get right here to make it really effective, you now only need to get to here, which also decreases the charge time, right? It's the same thing, but at no risk of exploding. So you can do it this way. It's just we're going back to the old railgun, and maybe that's not a bad thing, and you can find somewhere in between. But I think it would actually be better to make it more of a fun snap, popple, crackle sort of ordeal where you are at severe risk of killing yourself, but you can do good amounts of damage. I think that's a fantastic mechanic, but Arrowhead can do it in a different way, right? There's tons of different ways of balancing things in the game. All right. The heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun really didn't have any problems. It didn't have a third-person crosshair, and I talked about when I used it. It's fun gun. Fun gun, but fun doesn't mean it's something you can use in your Swiss Army knife. And the reason for that is because it didn't do any damage to heavy units, and you'd have to sacrifice your back slot, your heavy weapon slot, to a gun that's just for fun. So we used it a couple times and then threw it away. Because every time I don't take a Quasar or EATs or something to kill Bile Titans and Chargers, they overwhelm our position and kill everyone. Because as it turns out, that's my kind of luck, is where I roll into people that literally will not cover Bile Titans and Chargers, and I have to do it. And if I don't do it, they're just everywhere. So can't use it just like the LMGs. I mentioned this before, but I really think that you should be able to have two back slots. You should have a left and right back slot, and that would allow you basically to have more opportunity to use a backpack weapon. And at the same time, you could also take a different weapon at the same time. So you could use a fun gun like an LMG, and then you could even use, like, you could have a backpack and two non-backpack guns. You could have an LMG, and then you could have an arc rifle, and then a shield pack, right? And the thing is I don't think it would be that OP, because you need to have the option. You can only use one at once, and you need to have the option to call them in, so you lose another stratagem slot. I mean, you could juggle with your teammates. There's all different ways you could work around this, though. You could juggle your items with your teammates if you really, really wanted to, but I don't think at the end of the day it would actually be that OP. And would allow people to use the heavy machine gun. It would allow people to use LMGs in general. It would allow people to use the flamethrower. The flamethrower, being said, it does work against Chargers. It doesn't work against Bile Titans. So, fun thing to use, but then the Bile Titans kill everyone. Because apparently I'm the only one that takes stuff to use against Bile Titans. Unless I take it, in which case everyone does. So, fun gun, still not something people are going to use because you can't Swiss Army knife it. You're going to end up in a scenario where you can't kill big units. You can take all the rail guns and all the fucking 500 kgs you want, and you'll find out that the cooldowns are not fast enough to keep up. We've tried. Diligence counter sniper rifle, still shit, so they're buffing it again. We've talked about this before. If you buff the primary weapons too much, they end up as stratagem weapons, right? The idea behind stratagem weapons is you have something that is more powerful, but it comes at the expense of something you take in the game. So if you want to have an LMG, you want to have a heavy machine gun, you want to have a beam cannon, you can't get that as a primary. The exception being is I'd say the Ruptor is very much a stratagem weapon, and people would take it as a stratagem weapon if it was a stratagem weapon. It's actually really good. It's better, I would say, than the anti-material rifle. It's just better in general. The only thing it has problems with is poking eyeballs. It can't penetrate eyeballs, but for the most part, it doesn't matter. It is on par. It is on par with the stratagem weapon, and it was when I was using it, and I'd stick by that. It's still very, very, very good. So, what do you do? Eventually, you're going to reach, even though it's a counter sniper rifle, eventually you're going to reach the point where you're giving people an anti-material rifle as a primary weapon. And is that where they want to go with the game? It also makes things like sniper rifles kind of pointless, because if you don't one-tap them, they're kind of pointless, unless you have like a DMR, right? Unless it's just like just a fast-firing, slow-firing sniper rifle, or slow-firing assault rifle, or fast-firing sniper rifle. You have a DMR instead, which I honestly don't think is a bad category, and then just leave the snipers for stratagems. But otherwise, they're going to eventually end up at a point where either the snipers are going to appear really weak, or you're going to have stratagem weapons that are now primary weapons. And this is, I think there should be a differentiation between stratagem and primary. They're two different things, and they, you know, one's supposed to feel like a power boost when you get it, and the other one is supposed to feel like, hey, it's something I start with, right? So I don't think this is necessarily the end answer is just to make a sniper like the anti-material rifle. I think they should make it more fast-firing DMR. And then a pure sniper should be limited to a stratagem item, which it already is, for the most part, except for the Eruptor, because the Eruptor is a primary that you can take and use like a rocket launcher, grenade launcher, everything gun, yeah. Which they still haven't completely. I don't think this isn't a nerf to the Eruptor. It might be, this one might be bigger than they're saying, slightly being subjective, and what they say for slightly might be drastically different than what's in game. What I think is slightly, but this does not look like a nerf. Counter sniper, once again, just mentioned that. Yeah, it really just depends, and I don't think there's an answer they can have here that is legitimate unless they want to make it so it's so power curvy. Once again, as I mentioned, the game balance has changed drastically, so if they want to make every gun super powerful, they could, but you'd have to have the enemies be able to assault people fast enough so it doesn't matter, right? You have to make more powerful enemies where that doesn't happen. And then arguably, do you want this game to be progressive based like an MMO where every war bond comes out, replaces the prior gear, and it's a gear escalator, as it's called, a gear escalator, or at least in World of Warcraft it's called a gear escalator, where you just basically every expansion, every content patch, it just raises you up this gear escalator, and then a new expansion comes out, your gear right now just goes whoop like this, and then you have to climb the gear escalator again. Like, what do you want exactly out of this game? But if you want everything to be effective, which is one of the things that I thought was actually, you know, like everything's kind of balanced in the game, which I'm not against because it allows just casuals to play the game whenever they want, you know, then you have to figure out where exactly you want people in terms of power level. And this, once again, if you have a clear differentiation between your stratagems and your normal primaries, I don't think you're going to ever have a sniper rifle as a primary that's going to make people feel like, wow, this is such a great gun to use. Because in order to do that, it would have to become the AMR. So, where do you want to be here is the question, and I don't think you could ever make an effective sniper rifle. You just make them faster firing, so they're more like an assault rifle, and then just not as good. It's just what it comes down to. You're never going to get a AMR experience out of a primary. It just doesn't work that way. The Diligence, also a really shitty sniper rifle, even worse than the counter sniper. I guess they buffed that a little bit. Once again, I think they should actually just be DMRs. I don't think people will ever be happy with this till they are the AMR that's in the game, the anti-material rifle. They won't be happy with any of these until they're the AMR, just because of the nature of the way sniper rifles should be. You just don't give people snipers. You make them anti-material rifles, or you do something fucking weird where they have to like lay down on the ground and deploy it. You could do, I mean, you can balance anything. You want to give people an AMR, but it's not an AMR. You make them have to fucking sit there and deploy it, or the fucking ergonomics on it are absolutely horrible. Yeah, you could do a lot of things to balance it out. Just be aware you're going to have to give people a miserable experience. For pros and cons to everything, right? You have to give people a miserable experience to offset the power curve that they're going to get. So, yeah. The Redeemer. Slight increase in recoil. What was the Redeemer? I think that is the SMG sidearm. Ah, yeah, the machine pistol that I have on single shot, and I use it effectively like... I use it like the single shot pistol, because it basically is just a single shot pistol with the same damage and a bigger magazine. Yeah. Yeah, hey look guys, here is the SMG that is just better than all the other SMGs that I legit use like a normal pistol, even without using it on full auto, and it just has the option of full auto. Yeah, that probably needed a nerf. It probably needed a fucking nerf. And slight increase in recoil is not going to do it. Either that or they have to buff the other pistols. And there's one pistol in general that's really bad. It's a laser pistol. It's horrible. I believe we calculated it out and it had like an eighth of the DPS of the Redeemer. Like, damage per second was an eighth of what the Redeemer is. So, yeah, I don't know what planet they're balancing things on, but it was not good. Peacemaker, I believe, is the normal pistol. Hey, look, they buffed it. They buffed the damage by 25%. That might be worth using over the Redeemer. That being said, it only takes like 1 to 2 shots to kill things with the Redeemer, the small fry. So, is a 15, like, we reached breakpoints once, again, where you just one-tap a small unit, right? That's a breakpoint, and if you have to multi-tap them, then it's the same thing as not being one-tapping in the first place. It's just like on or off, right? So, in the case of the Peacemaker, even if you buff the damage by 25%, how is this going to impact the game? Maybe this is a breakpoint, and maybe this will one-tap Small Fry, and where the Redeemer has to two-tap them, maybe this will make a difference. And this, actually, you could change this, and you could make it matter if the mutators on health pools, I'm very certain are a thing in the game, were more varied. So certain units will take more shots than other units will, just by nature, they have different health pools, right? So there isn't a breakpoint anymore. It muddles the water on breakpoints, and then turns it more into an average of units and your effectiveness over units, as opposed to something where I can say, written in stone, that it only matters so much, right? So, is this enough to offset the Redeemer? You'd have to test this in game because you don't know health pools and you don't know the mutators on the units. Is this enough to offset the difference between the Redeemer or not? Don't know. Maybe, but probably not, I would say. We'll have to see. Senator is the fucking Magnum, which has always been lackluster, mainly because it takes forever to reload on the thing, which they changed. And I didn't suggest this, but it is a very good idea, which is a speed loader. And they increased the damage from 150 to 175. This does more damage than some of the fucking snipers. Remember what I said, guys, about not having an effective sniper? Don't turn pistols into fucking snipers either. This is really fucking stupid. Like, Counter-Strike started this shit, and then Call of Duty also started doing this shit. Don't make pistols into snipers. I think it's a really dumb idea. They should go bloop. So while it does do damage up close, if you shoot something that's like short to medium range, and it doesn't need to be real life, by the way. This does not need to be realistic, which I'm pretty sure it's not realistic at all. Because if you have a 50 caliber Desert Eagle and you have a 50 caliber Barrett, which is, you know, the anti-material rifle in most games is a Barrett, a 50 caliber Barrett, right? They both shoot 50 caliber, which is basically the width of the bullet, but a 50 caliber for a Desert Eagle is like a giant. It's like a giant 9mm, and the 50 caliber for the Barrett is like literally like something you'd find in a machine gun. And it is literally something you'd find in a machine gun, right? Like a Browning. It's fucking huge, and literally different ergonomics and different ways they play. And once again, it does not need to be balanced perfectly to real life. But a 50 caliber Desert Eagle is not going to be the same gun as a 50 caliber Barrett. And just because of the way the ballistics work on the guns themselves, the size of the barrel, and basically the fucking kind of projectile it's firing in the first place are just drastically different. So, you know, like, even if you talk about real life, it's not effective in real life. You start getting up to like medium range, whatever medium range is for you, with a Barrett, or with a Desert Eagle, so a really big hand cannon, which a Senator, there's all different sorts of hand cannons, like a 44 Magnum would be close to somewhere around a Desert Eagle, right? You start getting out to a 50 caliber in terms of a Desert Eagle, and, you know, arguably, you know, gun aficionados will probably tell you that it's a fucking dumb idea to have a 50 caliber in the first place, because the Desert Eagle makes a 357, which is slightly smaller, but it's still very punchy, and at the same time is just much easier to handle, right? Desert Eagle, in terms of real life, is actually just a really terrible gun, because it's, it literally is a hand cannon. And as it turns out, whether or not it breaks your wrist doesn't really matter if you can't get it on target, and you can't hit it on target, and it's also extremely heavy, right? But putting that aside, and talking about in-game balance here, I think it's a really bad idea to turn pistols into snipers. And, you know, putting aside how shitty the primary snipers are in the first place, this should really have, like, all SMGs, unless they're all pistols, unless they're something very specific, should have really high damage fall off. So they should go maybe to short range. They go bloop like this, right, at short range, and that's it. Because of the size of the barrel, you can make up whatever bullshit story you want to tell yourself. But in terms of realism, size of the barrel is going to matter a lot, and then accuracy is going to become a factor. So you could either offset this with accuracy or size of the barrel. So while it can do 175 up close, which would actually be very fantastic for weapon differentiation, because you got like a goddamn what are they even called? The fatties, the brutes. You get a fatty fucking walking up to you with his flamethrower, and you whip out the fucking, you know, Desert Eagle, or I guess in this case more of a 44 Magnum. You whip out the 44 Magnum, and you pop it in the eyeball and it dies. That feels fantastic, right? Right when it's about to kill you. But you can't just sit there at long range going, pew, 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 and like one of these things and it's being 100% accurate. I think, once again, pistol balancing for Call of Duty and Counter-Strike is dumb, and Counter-Strike is not a game you want to duplicate in terms of weapon balance. It's fucking horrible, and the only reason it stood the test of time is because people liked it and it took off. It's not somewhere you want to be. It's not balanced at all. They tried to balance it. I don't know if you guys remember. If you're a bit older, you probably do. At one point, they made it so the guns had a market in source. In which case, the guns that are used the most would cost a lot more. They'd go up in price, and people eventually just CVAR'd that out. But at one point, they'd have a market price, so in-demand weapons, instead of changing the gun balance, they just make things cost more, and people flip the fuck out about it. It didn't even touch the weapon balance, instead it touched the weapon economy, and people flipped out about it. The guns in the game are not remotely balanced in any way, shape, or form, and the game's barely balanced. The gel just comes down to the AK and the M4, and then maybe throw in a fucking sniper in there, and then you got your econ runs, and that's pretty much it. Yeah. But, making pistols into snipers, I think, is really fucking stupid. The whole meme of 1-digs, it's Counter-Strike. It's not something you want to duplicate in a game. But the difference being is if it goes bloop like this, I don't see a problem with that. You had a 175 damage where you get the burr, 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 like running up on you, and you just pop it in the eyeball, it's dead. And then, it's a little bit further away, you just go keep poking it, and it's like, and then flamethrowers you, It'll teach you the range of the weapon, but at the same time, it'll still feel clutch and still feel like it's kind of a meaty weapon, right? But a lot of games do not gun differentiate properly, which we've talked about extensively in Helldivers 2, prior to it ever becoming a 17,000 upvote post, prior to other streamers talking about it, which you can find in my balancing videos on Helldivers 2, which I'm going to keep talking about because they've become a thing at this point, not that people know where it's coming from, but other people have picked it up. I'm going to keep pointing it out where it's coming from in the first place, because no one's going to toot my whistle for me. Something like that I don't think is terrible. Just having gun differentiation isn't bad, and pistols should be the clutch. It's when your primary is out, you pull it out, or something where you need a supplemental weapon. It's not going to be as good as a primary, but it'll get you by, right? That's the idea, is it gets you by in a tough situation. Real life, I think Battlefield has done one of the best examples of, used to. I don't know what 2042 is like now, but did one of the best examples of having a secondary, which is, it's not nearly as good as a primary, but you can whip it out a lot faster than you can reload for that clutch moment when you really need something, right? That's exactly what a secondary is in real life. You run out of ammo and you need something, you reach for a secondary. You don't reload, sit there and jiggle your magazine in close quarters with someone or something, right? It's the whole reason for having a secondary. But game developers don't really care about real life logic or even why they do it in the first place, or even try to think things out. So in the case of most games, they have turned, which I hope is not the case in Helldivers 2, they have turned pistols into snipers, and I really hope that is not the case. And they could fix this 100% just by having damage drop off. So they make you're go bloop, like that's it. That's what it does. And people would probably go, "Oh my god, it sucks so much," and then you realize that the damage fall-off's up close. It's also why it's actually really important to have a weapon range, which we've talked about. I've mentioned multiple times, is the ship, and they missed the mark on this. The ship should have a weapon range on it. It should be an upgradable part of your ship, is a weapon range. It would make a lot of sense. And you could even show people damage numbers so you could get a feel for stuff, right? And you can test stuff out before you ever buy it. Why they haven't done it, I don't know. It's something very easy. I've said this since H1Z1 days. Every game that's remotely competitive or remotely takes itself seriously should have a training range, because it allows you to train. If that's not straightforward, I don't know what it allows you to train. If that's not straight to the point, you can train. Yeah. But if there's a weapon range on the ship, for instance, they could see that there's damage drop off and what range it happens at, and whatever the content creators fucking jerk off over. Hey, look, what is an effective gun at 50 yards or 100 yards or 100 meters or whatever unit of measurement they have in Helldivers? I don't fucking care. Oh my god, look at the effect. What is the most effective at these 3 radiuses, at this breakpoint, and whatever. But either way, it makes things more fun. Weapon differentiation makes everything more fun. And I really hope this isn't just, hey, the Senator is now a sniper. Because if that's the case, you immediately obsoleted and made people feel bad about ever taking a sniper rifle. So, whatever. Anyways, moving on. The Dagger is the really, 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 really shitty laser pistol. And I say that. We used it for like maybe 2 missions. It is the really, really, really shitty laser pistol. It does, I think we calculate, like I said, it was about the 1/8. What is an 1/8? Like 22%? No, like 18? 12. It's 12%. It does like 1/8 of the damage of The Redeemer. And it's a sustain. This is apples comparison here, guys. This is a sustained fire SMG. This is a sustained fire in the purest sense laser gun, and it does horrible DPS. So 150 to 200 is not going to fix the gap that was in the game, and this is not damage per shot. This is damage per second, I believe. Yeah, damage per second, I'm pretty sure. And it is. They aren't. Like, you literally can figure out DPS by, and they have RPM on their guns. You figure out the RPM of the weapon, you multiply it by the damage, and you divide by 60, right? It gives you the damage per second. And this is in damage per second. So, Joel, if you have your notepad out, you can legit figure out these two, which I assume you know this. You can legit figure out what the DPS is on the weapons. And this is directly comparable to this. And this is really bad. Even it does, and this is putting aside the fact that a dagger would also be just something you wouldn't want, right? So the advantage of having an energy pistol is that it doesn't run out of ammo, but you want a pistol as a backup weapon. You aren't going to use this to sustain fire. So the whole idea of this gun existing in the first place is kind of ludicrous, because like, why do you want an energy efficient pistol? Like I said, they have to kind of go back and rethink the whole ideas of what their energy weapons are and what they want them to be. And this doesn't make sense at all. This doesn't make no sense in any way, shape, or form. They could make it more like a laser dick if they wanted to, which we were talking about the Peacemaker or the Senator. You know how people like getting really close to you? You can make it where this thing is only effective. You could even see like the laser dick only goes out so far. Well, if they get up right up next to you, you could go up there and like laser rifle them in the eyeball or something and make it more like a sword. Possibly. Although there should be a chainsaw sword and not an energy sword. You know, you could do a lot of different things here to offset this, but as it stands, I don't think the dagger is ever going to be effective as a pistol. It's just not good. They would have to make it a Redeemer, and then the Redeemer would be bad compared to the dagger. So why would you pick it? It's just always bad. Alright, scrolling down here, guys. Liberator, basic assault rifle in the game. DPS, in my personal opinion, extensively by the Penetrator. And this, once again, is putting aside the fact that the shotguns are just better than everything. So once again, it's not comparing the assault rifles against each other. It's comparing them against everything. Yeah. There's really no downsides to using shotguns, so... but anyways, the Liberator is basic assault rifle. I would say it's kind of impotent. They increase the damage by 10%-ish. 8. Okay. The concussive, I would say, isn't even that horrible, but since the, what is it called? The shotgun tickler is in the game. You know, it sprays out lightning. It kind of makes it pointless to use it, so. Because it has basically the same effect of the concussive Liberator. I used a concussive Liberator for a while, and one of the reasons I talked about it and I said it's still not a horrible gun is because it causes stagger. So if you have problems with enemies overwhelming you, you can stagger them with the concussive, but... you know, obviously it does less damage than the Liberator does. And I guess now it doesn't. Actually, it does, because it has like half the RPM of the Liberator. So, they could actually make this better, because they can make it more of like, either increase the area effect on it. It doesn't really have an area effect. Increase the area effect and stun radius of it, so it's more like an item that helps people out. Once again, it's not about balancing always at top MMR, so at diff 9. You can have weapons that are good for things that Helldivers at higher difficulty are going to find pointless, because everyone plays the game at different difficulties. So you have people that are, you know, having more issues with getting overwhelmed. You give them a gun that is good at crowd control, or dealing with groups of people so they don't get overwhelmed, and, you know, it has a spot, right? So it doesn't need to be a DPS race. In this case, they could still find ways to make concussive better. The concussive itself, I don't think, is clearly labeled on what it does. This gun is mainly about the fact that it has a potential for stunning units or slowing them down a lot, which gives you space. It's a space maker. The Dominator is that the SMG? SMGs are all really bad. We talked about this before, and I think that has a lot to do with the main SMG you get with the game is very slow firing, and it's almost basically it's a shitty assault rifle. The Knight, which is the DLC. The DLC SMG has problems with hit registration. It fires so fast that the shots don't count properly, which we've seen. Even though it has like 2 times the DPS of the Liberator, which is the basic assault rifle, it kills basically just as fast or slower than the Liberator does. It has something to do with, the Knight isn't even on this list, by the way. It has something to do with the hit registration of the gun itself, and that's putting aside the fact that it has ridiculous recoil, because it does. It seemingly does not deliver the damage to the target. That a lot of games have issues with fast-firing weapons not landing damage on target. It's not just Helldivers 2. It is 100% a problem with a lot of engines, and there isn't a lot of things that actually escape it. But the Knight being also one of those things, they might not even need to buff it as much as fix the hit registration. There's a lot of ways they could do that. Well, some ways they could do that. Some ways to kind of band-aid it if they wanted to, which is just making it so it fucking fires slower, but visually looks like it fires faster. Yeah, and it would probably also do it. And it would be pretty easy to test that this is an issue, by the way, by turning it into a laser rifle and just time to kill. Dev could easily test it, the hit registration issues. Anyways, the Dominator. What is it? Oh, the Dominator's a shotgun. Which shotgun is it? Oh, it's a Jar 5. Ah, the gun that they buffed, and they didn't need to buff it. I mentioned this before when they nerfed the Slugger. They buffed the Dominator, but the Dominator didn't need to be buffed because it was already pretty good. It's just a faster firing version of the Slugger. It has higher ammo efficiency too. Yeah, so it's an alternative to Slugger. I used the Dominator extensively prior to them buffing it, and it didn't need to be buffed, and they buffed it anyways. So it's like a sniper shotgun, which it was already to begin with, and it got buffed, and it didn't need it. So now they got a slight decrease on it. They could revert the changes on it and still be useful. People that weren't, it's still like 2-tap big heads. So the, what are they called? Not hive guards. The big head bugs. It basically 2-tapped it where the Slugger 1-taps, but it fires so much faster and has so much more ammo that it was pretty good at what it did. I used it a lot, just as an alternative gun. It was actually very good against the bugs. But didn't need a buff, and slowly reverting that buff. Once they could revert it completely, and I think people would still use it if they know what they're using. The Guard Dog Rover guys. This is the AR Rover. I don't know why they nerfed it. They nerfed it though. So as opposed to the Laze Dog, I didn't even see anyone using this. I don't know why it got nerfed. The Guard Dog Rover had issues, which is ammo, where it wouldn't always reload properly. And you wouldn't always pick up ammo properly for it. And even then, it was just kind of a shitty version of the Laze Dog, which is this guy, I believe. No, maybe the Guard Dog Rover is the Laze Dog, and this is the normal Guard Dog. So they're trying to tone down the effectiveness of the dogs in general. Guard Dog Rover. Yeah, it's the Laze Dog. The AX-LSA5, which would actually be easier to figure out. Yeah, so this is a Laze Dog. Laze Dog is always extremely good, so it didn't. I don't know if it even needed nerfed as much as the Guard Dog needed to be buffed, which the Guard Dog got nerfed too. The Guard Dog, this is the basic assault rifle Guard Dog, is actually really shit, which we just talked about. This, very good. I still think it would be effective to take. There isn't any touching the shield pack here, so if they actually just nerf the backpacks enough, you aren't going to take them, right? You're just going to take something else. Which I guess then would make maybe backpack weapons more effective? Possibly, maybe? So, I don't know what they're attempting to do here. I wouldn't even say the Laze Dog needed a nerf, because it was very good, but you're giving up a backpack slot to do it, where you could take a shield pack instead, right? Shield pack just being the go-to goat of if you just going to back. Shield pack is insanely OP. Which I generally don't need, because I usually don't need it anymore. Where I did need it at one point because things were so OP. I still use it against the bots though, because you have to use it against bots or you just die. They nerfed it. Did it need a nerf? I don't think so. I mean, it was really good. But you're comparing it to the shield pack, and the shield pack is still really good, so. The Guard Dog, on the other hand, had a lot of issues. A, it is dependent on ammo. B, it doesn't reload properly. C, when you pick up ammo, it doesn't actually pick up the ammo properly, so you'd always run out of ammo. That's a bug, so they might have fixed it at one point. It has a lot of issues with ammo. Lots and lots of issues with ammo. And I said that instead of nerfing the guard dog rover, which they did here, which actually will make this maybe more effective, is increase the range on the basic assault rifle rover, so it fires out further than the laser dog. Because the laser dog, I'm pretty sure at one point they reduced the range on it, on the laser dog. Is this true? I don't know. You know, if they fix the ammo issues on it, it might be useful, but once again, I think the end result here is they should have increased the range on it. I don't think this is a viable pick, purely because it's based on ammo. I don't think this is a viable pick over this until this gets more nerfs, terribly to these two. But then the alternate option here is you just take something else, like a shield pack, and you say fuck it, right? For the extra damage, because then you'll just live all the time. Whereas at lower MMR, where not at Diff 9, people might have problems with surviving. They're going to be more inclined to take a really, really, you know, good shield pack over a guard dog, right? So, yeah, I don't know if this is the best course of action, but you know, I think they're trying to make these two equal to each other, and I don't think this is the way to do it. People like having differentiation more than they like having homogeny, so things that are identical to each other, right? So if they just nerf, they increase the DPS on this, and they nerf the DPS on this until there's like a trade-off where you can't tell the difference between the two, and then people are like, yeah, whatever, and then they'll just take something that feels more meaty, like a shield pack. So, I don't know. Gun differentiation, or differentiation in general, is usually the way to go. Make things more nuanced and weird and quirky, so people have a reason that they take it and then feel better about taking it, right? Becomes interesting to take. Overall, burning damage nerf. Burning damage is very good now, especially for the flamethrower. They nerfed it a bit. We did take, well, as last playing, we did prior for like, since they buffed the fire damage, I was taking napalm strikes instead of eagle airstrikes. And it wasn't because eagle airstrikes were bad, it's just napalm strikes were something different. And end of the day, where we talked about game balance, end of the day, are you just going to make did you want to buff the napalm to the point where it was basically an eagle airstrike? Or do you want to make it more of an area denial weapon, which is what I think fire should be, or corrosive, or whatever. Caustic, I believe they have eventually planned on Helldivers 1, so they're probably going to have caustic weapons in this. Like, do you just want to make it another eagle airstrike, where it's competing purely on DPS, or do you want to make it where it's more of area denial, right? Where you set the ground on fire, and the units take damage over it, even if they walk out, you know, they'll be much, they'll be softened up quite a bit, right? And maybe that's what they're going back to, but there's no changes to the eagle airstrike here, so, or the napalm strike here, so just straight up reducing burning damage. I didn't even take the flamethrower, because even if you do take the flamethrower, it comes down to the same basic thing, which is you can't kill the big units. So you can't kill the Bile Titan, and obviously they don't do anything against robots for the most part. But I guess here we are. I think they're trying to figure out what to exactly do with the fire damage, and that's where they're at. Let's take a peek here, guys. Keep going on. Lots of changes here, guys. Most of them pretty good. I'd say most of them are in the right spot. Like, overall meta picture of the primaries as general we're covering, just like zooming out a bit and taking a look at the overall weapons, is still something they have to nail down, which is where they want the shotguns to be, as opposed to an assault rifle, as opposed to a DMR, as opposed to SMG, and the effective ranges or handling characteristics of the weapons. There's a lot of ways to balance it. Need to be more solidified, so it's not just balancing one stat stick against another stat stick. Stratagems. Machine gun sentry. Increase the health to match other sentries. I didn't even know it was lower. I didn't even know it was fucking lower. That being said, sentries fucking suck. The reason for that is because in order for them to make up for an eagle airstrike, they effectively have to kill basically the same number of units as an eagle airstrike over their lifetime. Over their lifetime, prior to dying, to be anywhere, shape, or form close enough to actually, you know, be different than it. I talked about increasing the number of charges of the sentries, and I may use them if that was the case, or reducing the cooldown. Either they need a lot of help. Either increase the damage, increase the health of them, or increase the number of charges you have of them. But as it stands, sentries, just like minefields, are not effective. They just fucking suck. If you have a machine gun sentry, instead of a machine gun sentry, I can take an eagle airstrike. And where is a case that a machine gun sentry would be better, or a minigun sentry, or An autocannon sentry, where is a case where that would be better than an Eagle Airstrike? An autocannon, maybe, and that's putting aside the fact that it'll probably kill your teammates. Maybe it'll eventually be better, but it has a longer cooldown. Eagle Airstrike has 3 charges. And then it has to kill, once again, not just... it's not just the same amount of units as one Eagle Airstrike. It is 3 Eagle Airstrikes, which I believe is about the same cooldown. It's 3.5 minutes for the Eagle to reload, right? So... the end-all be-all of stratagems, guys, is the Eagle Airstrike, and that's eventually where we're going to end up. So, where do they want their sentries to be is a good question. These are going to be... I'm all for having sentries in the game, by the way, and maybe having ways people can repair them. There's all different sorts of things they could do to make it more tower defensive if they really wanted to. They don't, though. So, what is this? What does this want to be? Maybe make it so after it's destroyed, you can actually reset it. Like, you can go back over to it and maybe, like, do a little animation on it, and then it pops out of the ground again. There's a lot of things they could do, but they don't do it. And this is not going to make me take sentries. Tesla Tower, increased health by 33%. Tesla Tower is the short-range turret where the things get near it and they get zapped, and it also kills you, by the way. You know what happens? Chargers walk up to it and kill it. So this is not going to fix that problem. And maybe they should make, you know, they probably could increase the health by 300%, and maybe then it would be meaty. So like a charger has to sit there and tank it for a bit. The Bile Titans also just easily kill them. So I'm definitely not taking a Tesla Tower, but you could. The Airburst they added to the game, we did not play around with it because I haven't been playing since they added it. From what I saw, putting aside the jokes of it just killing the Helldiver, which apparently was quite true, being buggy, people possibly were using it in the wrong way, which is they're using it as like some sort of direct shot rocket launcher. And you want to use it more. An airburst in real life is a round that fires over the top of something at a set fuse duration and then shoots down. It's like a MIRV, just like that. So like the airburst stratagem in the game. It goes boop and it goes, which I assume is what they wanted to do, or something like it. But in game, instead, it was basically like a flower. It shot the location, and the rockets just spewed out of it. A lot of people thought it was going to be a flak cannon, but flak's different. Flak would actually just be flak, which would be effective. However, that's not what was in the game. So, that's not what they had planned here. It looks like they tried to make it. There's apparently going to be, apparently this is the first patch. By the way, it's rare for them to patch on Monday. They probably had ready on Friday, but they decided not to push it in case they had issues, which is smart, by the way. I'm sure if they pushed it Monday, first thing in the morning, it was ready last week on Friday. They just didn't want to do it on the weekend because no one wants to do 24/7 pager call. So, I can actually see this patch is 100%, because they weren't working on the weekend. This patch is 100% ready on Friday. But they're like, yeah, you know, I was in on the weekend last weekend. I didn't really like it. So, you know, like Joel's like, you know, maybe we should wait till Monday, you know? So it's like a work week and we'd actually get a weekend off, you know, one of these things. And I don't blame them for that. My guess is if it was ready on Thursday, they would have done it, but that wasn't. So, but Monday patch, very, very random, but not random, just different. Here it is, guys. And they said apparently there's going to be a fix for the rocket launcher, bug fix for it. I don't know if this is the complete fix for it. However, yeah, I assume it would be more of basically flies over the top and shoots down, like the airburst rounds do, like the airburst stratagem does, which actually kind of sucks. The reason for that is because for some reason it doesn't register properly on units even when it hits them. For some strange reason. Once again, I think that has a lot to do with too many things happening in the game and the game not registering them properly. Like we were talking about the Knight SMG earlier. So, but this, from what I saw, the airburst rocket launcher actually uses rockets that pop out of it. So, this might be different in how it functions. Whether or not this is a fix for it, how well it works, remains to be seen. I haven't played with it yet. We will play maybe either later this week or maybe next week. We'll go back into Helldivers 2. And we're leaving it to fallow though, so I get time to recoup my enjoyment levels. Let's see. Enemies. They always change the enemies constantly. It's kind of weird that they're saying that they're doing this, but they probably want people to be more observant of what the enemies are doing. Which, once again, if people, for the longest time, a lot of people in this game literally thought nothing was changing with the enemies. We talked about it basically since the game launched on my stream. Every time we saw something change, including the tiles, Other streams have started to pick up on that for some strange reason. They started to figure out that Arrowhead is changing stuff without saying they change stuff. Yeah, and as such, they're more observant of things around them. Is one of the things I actually criticize big streamers for, because they're apparently they're just reading patch notes and thinking that's all the game was, which is hilarious. But now all of a sudden they notice things that change and act differently. So, anyways, they've made balancing changes. Bile Spewer and Nursing Spewer's move speed slightly reduced. The Spewers definitely drove up the difficulty a lot. These are what I call ticks and corrosive bugs. Corrosive bugs being the bile, and nursing are the ticks, which are just, if you've ever seen a giant tick, they literally look a lot like that. If you ever see a tick that is basically giantly inflated with blood, they literally look like nursing spewers. But putting that aside, movement slightly reduced, so they made them more like they're more like crocodiles, where they just run really fast and try to stab you, which I wasn't really against. And they definitely drove the difficulty without there being extra chargers or bile titans, right? But they're on a mutator; they don't always show up on the planet. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The big problem with them was when they basically either make no noise and then show up behind you and spit on you, or they pre-spit. So because of the way the game works, sometimes they will aggro to you through walls. A lot of units, especially if you play against bots, will do this, where they'll aggro through walls, and they start shooting at you through the wall. Corrosive Spitter and the Bile Spitter would literally just start, or the Nursing Spitter would start shooting at you prior to you coming around a corner, leading you. So it sees you maybe 3 feet before the corner, 4 feet, and starts spitting. And then when you're coming around the corner, you're already getting spit at the moment it sees you. So, yeah, that was a line of sight issue more so than the spitters just being extremely, extremely powerful. But looks like they nerfed the movement speed. Hulks, force required for them to stagger slightly increased. So they're probably making it so it's more difficult to deal with them. Some of the units already had, or some of the primaries already had updates to their stagger. So they're probably adjusting the breakpoint on them, where you can stagger them basically eternally. But considering there's a shitload of them on the map, I don't think that's necessarily a huge problem. Oh no, Hulks are the fatties. No, Brutes are fatties. What the fuck are Hulks? No, Devastators. Devastators are Rocket Devastators and the Shield guys. Hulks are the fatties. Okay. Yeah, so they changed this a little bit to make it harder to stagger them. But if they're taking a full hit from a railgun or something, or a quasar, probably should stagger them. I wonder, like I said, it depends on what the breakpoint is for this stuff, where they actually start getting staggered by normal weapons. They made it less likely for the Hulk Scorcher to instantly kill you. I think it's a bug where you just instantly die. People were saying it's because of the updates to the flamethrower. They were doing that prior. It was just you just sometimes just instantly die when they touch you. So they might be adjusting a little bit to give you a little bit more flexibility here. It just remains to be seen whether or not that's enough to matter. Sometimes you can stim, sometimes you can't. So, Devastators, which are the rockets and the Shield Devastator. Fire rate slightly increased, only the standard Devastator, so that probably is the guy with the halo. I think that's still a Devastator, is the guy with the little halo across his head that appears in lower level missions. They also come from the Doggos. The Dagus spawn a litter of Devastators, and they're the basic ones. So I think that's the basic unit only, but it might apply to the rockets and the heavy, the Shield Devastator. Remains to be seen. This might just be the basic unit, the basic Dagu Devastators. Gunships, sideways movement slightly increased. Gunships are very difficult to deal with if you got teammates that can't deal with them. I'm usually alright at dealing with them, but whenever you get the gunship factories that spawn 2 units, and we've seen it happen twice. The first day it happened, there's no way my teammates could deal with it. I was the only one shooting them down, and you can't miss. Even if we miss, while we're missing, we basically had 2 factories spawning basically 4 gunships per wave. And I was using a quasar, and there's no way to shoot them down fucking fast enough, assuming you don't miss a single shot, to keep up with the production. It just didn't work out. No one else on the team was shooting them. But they all wanted to go do the gunship factory, so we all ran over there and died. We got overwhelmed and died. I was the only one shooting at them. Gunship sideways movement slightly increased. They do dodging. I think it's the bright light that makes it very difficult to shoot them. When you're aiming at them and you get blinded by the light, so you can't see exactly where the engines are or where your shot misses. So you can't balance things out. But usually you can hit them. I don't know if they need a buff. I always thought it was kind of weird that the gunships, instead of being a stronger unit, one really powerful unit, or 2 really powerful units, they're more creatures, the flying bugs, which were, you know, like they're in numbers and then you have to kill all of them. You hit the gunships with one quasar and they die. And it's very easy to blow them up if you have an autocannon. So, I don't know. They need a buff? I don't know. The biggest buff that they probably need for the gunships is the deployment range. And if they deployed further away, much like the Screechers, or whatever they're called, if they deployed further away, the Screecher nests are fucking the Shrikes. The Shrike nests are dumb because you can blow them up with the Quasar prior to them ever spawning units. If they receive a hit, they should 100% start spawning units, but they don't. So you can actually outrange the Shrike's nest, Shrieker nest, prior to ever being anywhere close to it. So, you know, that's kind of a big deal. That's kind of a big deal because the units basically never spawn. The gunships also, like, you have to be very close to the factory for them to actually spawn. I mentioned, even outside of discussion here, multiple times while we were streaming, that it would be nice that they would have, the game would be more RTS in aspect, meaning the majority, instead of just having random bot drops that come out of nowhere, there's actually mechanics behind the unit spawn. So, you know, if you have certain factories on the map, they'll spawn units that come at you like they kind of do with stalkers, right? Apparently, there must be something to do with CPU cycles, or CPU utilization, because the game is peer-to-peer, where everything's just basically spawned in. It's like they spawn a patrol, it patrols over the top of you, it goes out of line of sight, it despawns, and just keeps doing it. It's a spawning mechanic in the background. So even if there's factories on the map or something, that's not really where all the units are coming from. They're coming from a magic unit generator that has no mechanics to it besides what, you know, the developers say or the rules, you know, govern it, right? It's not something you can change on the map, besides maybe the placebo add-on, the booster that reduces the spawning frequency, which no one can really test effectively. But, yeah, it would be nice, for instance, if the gunships would just spawn and then they just, like, fly at you. Obviously, it could eventually overwhelm you, but it'd also give incentive to go and blow up, like, the stalker nest, go and blow up the gunship factory, and then they could reduce the number of spawns and how fast they spawn so they don't become overwhelming, which they kind of already did. Scout Striders are now less vulnerable to explosions. I don't know if this is a breakpoint, because there's definitely a case where I was using the Ruptor and the crossbow, you just shoot them in the dick and they fall over, which is... yeah, Striders are very, very fucking annoying. The fast pursuit walker, as I call them, because they literally just run up to medium range and just sit there and look at you. Very annoying to deal with unless you get up next to them. And even then, even when you get up next to them, they just they'll turn relatively fast, and it can be extremely annoying to kill them. So you just shoot them in the dick with an explosive, and they usually die. They might be trying to change that. Whether or not that is a Ruptor, enough to break their Ruptor, or the crossbow, I don't know. But it seems like they're trying to address that. Fog generator health and armor increased. I don't know what a fog generator is. I assume they mean the spore spewer. Are they actually trying to make them something you have to deal with? Just like the Shrike Nest, the spore spewer, or the poo-poo tree as I call it. The poo-poo tree, like, you literally can just shoot from across the map. Not really much of major influence on the map when you can do that, is it? Yeah, so... yeah, you know... I mean, there's a lot of ways they could deal with that, too, where they'd make it so you literally can't see it till you're right up next to it. Like, you'd actually have to go into the fog somewhere around... and you could probably judge where it is if you do some approximating based on the size of a blob of the shit. You can figure out exactly where it is and maybe blindly shoot it. I think actually would be a better mechanic than this, if they're talking about the Spore Spewer. Spore Spewer are just like the Shrieker Nest, kind of, yeah, hey look, we're just dealing with it and never actually dealing with it sort of ordeal, so. Gunship spawners now have much lower cap on how many gunships they can have active at the same time. Like we're talking about, where we had the gunship factories that are popping out 2 per factory, and then there's 2 factories, so it's spawning 4 gunships. Yeah, once you get like 12 or 10 of those in the air, you're just dead. Like there's nothing your squad can do. They have to literally run away. They have to run away and despawn. And a lot of people don't know how to do that. That's nothing to do with the mechanics of the units, like the, hey, look, we're killing the factory, or hey, we're killing the units. That's to deal with the meta, which is the background coding. And like, people shouldn't really be fighting games on coding level. That's not really, not very fun, but at the same time, it probably means there's something broken in the game. Coffee is going from hot to chilled coffee, guys. There's a lot of patch notes here, guys. A lot of good things, and the stuff they all needed to do. Once again, I'm not against them actually just pushing... If they have a more nuanced way of doing this, where we're talking about them constantly like streaming content from like their Twitter marketing department comes up with, they put it on the in-game monitor. It would be nice if there was a way for them to do this without patching the game at all. Just like with the enemy units, which seem to change drastically depending on their mutators, which I'm pretty sure they adjust constantly. It would be nice, just like they adjust the blueprints for the procedural generation for the tiles or modules, as they call them. Depends on what you want. The little areas, those are all inside of the procedural generation engine. So they picks and chooses where it puts them in, what units putting there, and how they're arranged. It would be nice if they could actually do that with the weapons, and then they could just go to town with just like tweaking stuff continually. And I mean, they could eventually tell you, but I mean, there's also ways they could just tell you in game too, like plus minus, you know, effectiveness of weapon increase or decrease. So then people test it out a little bit or try it, so then they get more stats on it, and then they go. You know, there's a lot of really cool ways you can be very agile with development, and I don't think it is disruptive to the game, because there's a lot of things in the game, and you don't need to change everything all at once, but you could actually change areas, and then people would, you know, mess around with the area, and then they go back to whatever's meta, right? There's a lot of ways you could do it, and I think while this is cool and everything, where they just did a big balancing patch here, there's a lot of cases where they don't need to do this, in my opinion, but they could, you know, maybe not do this, but do it faster and smaller and faster, so then it's less of, which they kind of did a little bit, right? They did the balancing patch like 3 weeks ago. Then again, there's also things you have to do in overall patch where we're talking about weapon differentiation, and this doesn't address that, right? You still basically have shotguns doing everything. And apparently they're trying to nerf down the guard dogs. Probably saw too much of them in bug missions. The assault rifle guard dog generally being terrible unless they fixed it. Anyways, gunship spawners now have much lower cap. I don't know what the cap was, because I've seen some screenshots with a lot of fucking gunships, maybe like 20. Either way, it's way too much, like 10's enough to kill all your squad mates. Because when it gets that much, it means you're basically already overwhelmed. If there's 20 flying around, it means you're already overwhelmed to 12. Balance adjustment to patrol spawning. There's always been balance adjustments to patrols, so I guess they just want to tell you that it's, patrol spawning has been increased where there are fewer than 4 players. The fewer the players, the bigger the change. For 4-player missions, there will be no change compared to before. Yeah, so we've talked before about how aggressively the game scales up and down patrolling, or just escorts in general, which is why this game is soloable on solo, but it gets to the point where I guess there's none, and they don't like that. I almost exclusively play on 3 and 4 players because it increases the number of units, and that's a lot more fun. But apparently they didn't. They want to buff that a little bit. 2 players is basically not even worth playing. It's almost easier than 1 player, just because you have 2 people and there's no units. So I guess they want to change that. Wouldn't be against that. I think that's actually a good idea. But then again, I also don't play solo, and if that ramps up too much, then you can't play solo, and there's some people that don't want to play with people, so having an option just playing alone is, you know, something people want to do. Let's see, gameplay. Made minor level generation improvements, so procedurally generated engine, to how we distribute locations throughout the mission map. This should improve variation and distance between objectives, and objectives will likely not spawn as far away from each other as often as before. I guess. I didn't really have any problems with that. I don't think ever, but, you know. They saw it as there's a change. I guess they wanted to do it. The maps in general are really fucking big, so you have to spend time running across them regardless. I never thought this was a huge issue. Added setting in the options menu, gameplay section to disable automatic climbing of... Oh my god. It's little... Like, Joel was watching my stream. He waited. Pills, you said here, he waited to do the things I wanted for the game until I left. He did. He waited. He's like, yeah, this guy's been gone for a week. I think it's fine. He won't even remember this game exists. Let's do the patch. Turning off auto vaulting. Fantastic. Well, not completely. Instead, added a setting option menu gameplay section to disable automatic climbing and vaulting while sprinting. So it's still not a manual. It's not a manual vault. What if you remapped the vault key to spacebar and you would only vault when you hold it down? I guess maybe there was an internal struggle where Joel was like, no. Automatic vaulting should always be good enough. No. And people are like, maybe we should stop people from climbing on the ammo container. No. Yeah, you know, they could just, instead of trying to make this nuanced vaulting system, they could just make it so there's manual vaulting and automatic vaulting, and if people want to micromanage it, you can literally push spacebar or whatever your assigned key is to vault. And only when you're holding the key down. I don't even know if there's a disadvantage to do a manual vaulting system besides programming it. And it's pretty clear that they can change it. It's not like hard-coded. Maybe it is hard-coded and I don't know it. But this is always, the whole vaulting, the automatic vaulting just always being on has always been really weird. But here it is. At least they kind of addressed it. Sort of. The Spread Democracy mission, otherwise known as Raise the Flag, can now be enjoyed on higher difficulties for maximum freedom spreading. Good. Apparently, a lot of people were really into this, and they really wanted it. I've never played Raise the Flag on lower difficulty, because I just went right up to high Helldivers as fast as I could when I was like 17. Never played this mission, but I guess you can now, so that's always good. More variety is always good. But then again, it could also be like the extraction mission where you just constantly get overwhelmed by bot drops and you just lose. So, you know, maybe there isn't any freedom spreading at all, which is still kind of weird that that's still broken. But readying up, Helldivers now salute to ensure maximum democratic readiness. Remember how we're talking about people not know? We've talked about this basically every time it happened where someone wouldn't click in, and you know that guy thought he clicked in. Like, he's still sitting there, right? He's still sitting there, but he thought he clicked in when he didn't. That's a visual indicator. We talked about that on stream. Basically, every time it happened, it's like maybe 1 in 4 missions, you'd get, like, you know, wait like 30 seconds or 20 seconds. Well, like, I found just spamming the ready button makes an audio cue so the people know something's going on, and then they click the button. Almost every case where you have someone that doesn't ready up, it's usually someone that thinks they're ready when they're not. Joel watching my stream, guys. Joel watching my goddamn stream. Add ambience, the tremor planetary hazard to underline the severity so Helldivers can react accordingly. So the thing is earthquakes. Unless they added a new one. This is earthquakes, which I don't think were ever a big deal. I don't mind them adding cues because it's, you know, like, makes it more immersive. So, good. Shots that ricochet from heavily armored enemies will now properly hit the Helldiver who fired them. Trigger discipline is highly recommended. So ricochets were something where it'd ricochet off at an angle, right? When you hit the target at an angle, it'd glance off the armor and hit something else, right? It wasn't ever really, like, it just indicates that you can't actually penetrate, right? But they turned it into a mechanic now where if I'm understanding this correctly, if your shot ricochets, it just shoots you. Which means you might just instantly die. Like, if you're using a heavier weapon, if it ricochets, it just kills you. Like, it just always bounces back at you and kills you. Why? Why is that there? I mean, this is gonna make the autocannon definitely... Because autocannon, you get glancing shots if you don't know exactly where to hit. Yeah, I guess. I don't know what this must be some way of making the bugs and bots more difficult against certain ammos or certain guns. I don't know what exactly, assuming this just fires back at you if you hit a ricochet angle. I don't know why they're doing this, but I guess Joel, remember how we were talking about bots just like one-tapping you out of nowhere? This kind of feels like whoever was the dev that really likes the idea of stuff one-tapping you out of nowhere just came up with this. Like, why? What is the reason for this, guys? What is the rationale and mechanics behind this update? I don't know. I don't know what this is. This is one of those things where you probably have to test it out to figure if this is occasional or this always fucking happens. That's an interesting interesting mechanical change there. Fixes, crash fixes, okay. Crash fix. Fix superior packing methodology, ship module not working properly. It sometimes worked. It had to happen. It definitely worked at some points, and then sometimes it just doesn't work at all. Fix that. Fix the blast absorption ship modules that it correctly increases the sentry's resistance to explosions. Okay. Still not going to take sentries, but good to know. Players cannot navigate search and social. Fix an exploit that allowed overly eager Helldivers to use grenades successfully. I think that was in the game, like, for over a month. I thought they fixed it already. Fucking hate black and white text, by the way. Or white and black text, excuse me. It like burns, it like sears into your eyeballs, and then I look around and I just fucking see the words on my eyeballs. By the way, if your monitor is too bright and you need to use dark mode, turn down your monitor brightness. Your monitor's too bright. Just an FYI. Why I don't use dark mode. Fixed the issue that allowed traders to try and sabotage the extraction shuttle by deploying sentry stratagems below it. Yeah, fuck those guys. Fixed issue where stalkers became very visible in fog. I always thought the opaque stalkers was intentional. They were extremely visible in fog, though. Maybe it's just fog. They're always kind of opaque as opposed to translucent, which I think is alright considering how broken, or how good they are as far as killing enemies. Killing Helldivers, that is. Killing their enemies. Lots of bug fixes. Most of these I haven't encountered. Explosive weapons such as the R-36, the crossbow, the Ruptor, the crossbow, the grenade pistol no longer pulls players inward from the blast. I thought that was intentional. I thought that was a Joel fuck you. Like Magica Developer 101 shit, where they just try to fuck you with a, you know, like with an ability. Obviously, a blast should push you away, and it is the crossbow makes you fall over all the time if it gets anywhere near you. Change that. Okay. Damage, known issues. Damage over time by hosts. Helldiver may be unable to stand up for crouching when surrounded by enemies. I thought this was intentional to kill you. Which I'm not actually against, like they're on top of you. I wasn't actually against, I didn't think this was a bug. I thought this was a way, like with the hunters, I thought this was a way for the enemies to basically show that you're basically fucked at this point. And sometimes you could get out of it, and sometimes you couldn't. Which I'm not actually completely against. I think if you're surrounded to the point where the enemies are on top of you, maybe it's time for you to die. maybe you're dead. Maybe you're actually dead, unless you can crawl out of it or crawl to an opening where you can stand. I don't actually think that's bad. So, yeah, like for all the shit that I give Arrowhead and Joel on occasion here, like this is one of the cases where if you got to the point where there's hunters all over your body, maybe it's time for you to die. Like sometimes it just happens, and I thought it was actually part of the game where they just get on top of you and start humping your corpse, obviously. Crossplay friend invites. Line scopes. Spear's targeting is inconsistent, missing it, making it hard to unlock or to lock on to larger. It's just lock on to enemies. Just lock on to enemies. It basically makes the gun broken, by the way. That made the spear broken. It's been like that for basically since the game launched. And I mentioned before, it's kind of weird how the spear got through QA when basically it doesn't work. For me, I got to a point where 80% of my lock-ons would unlock, and I just stopped using it. I couldn't do it. It's RNG, and RNG sometimes just really does not like me. And that's when I stopped using it, was when it basically I could lock on and unlock, and lock on and unlock, and lock on and unlock. Yeah, I actually read that on Reddit. They said that they had this fixed like a week ago or a week and a half. It was something insane. It was like 15 days ago they fixed this, or 17 days ago, and it never made its way into a patch, which is weird because it's actually Spear's a pretty good weapon, assuming that you can actually fucking lock into the target. I don't know why they never pushed it, but they didn't pushed it live. But apparently they said this was either going to show up in the patch this week, which I guess is one's today, or I guess later this week, so probably a Thursday patch to fix all the shit that's going to break now. Is my guess they're targeting a Thursday patch to fix the small issues that pop up surrounding this now. This is a big one, because basically the spear is unusable. It's unusable for me, and I can't even use it. It just doesn't work. It's not even like, oh, 1 out of 10 units won't lock. It just doesn't work. So, spear in general is pretty good, and the only downside to it being obviously is that bigger units, or smaller units. So, you can't use it on all units, and as such, it only works against like certain things, and there's weird nuances to it. Once again, nuanced stuff and weird, quirky weapons of our people like. And the spear has weird quirks to it where you overshoot like a charger, but that's intentional because you shot over the top of it. The spear needs to have an arc distance, right? I mean, there's a lot of cool, like having skill-based weapons too is also very fun, and not talking about just aiming. Like having technical knowledge is important. Weird though. Like I said, like we saw the Reddit post where it said they fixed it like 14 days ago or something absurd. And just never went live. Explosions do not break your limbs except when you fly into a rock. I thought limb damage wasn't always assured. This sure sounds like explosions will always break your limbs now. That remains to be seen though. Automaton detector tower makes stratagems bounce. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna grab a soda, guys. We're gonna cover the comments here too. There's a lot going on here. This is why it's taking so long. Which I'm not against, because I enjoy this. We're back. Alrighty. So while we aren't probably not going to play this week, it's good to see that they're making massive headway, especially with the weapons. Weapons are something. It's almost like teasing people. You see, you have something there that looks fun and it looks like something you might want to use, and then you're like, nope. It actually sucks dick. I completely forgot that the plasma shotgun even existed. Yeah. Yeah, the grenade launcher plasma, whatever they fucking call it. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. Alright, let's take a look at the comments here, guys. Moderator, the reasoning behind the crossbow changes. The crossbow has medium armor penetration, same as Slugger, Ruptor, or Dominator. The weapon's armor penetrating value not being listed in the armory is an oversight. I see. The major problem with the crossbow wasn't armor penetration, it's the fact that it has dispersion. Basically, we talked about this accuracy where you shoot here, not talking about drop, and it goes over here and then drops. The accuracy of the weapon itself makes it very difficult to use, despite the fact that it has flight time and projectile characteristics, right? Flight time and drop. Someone explain what that means exactly. Bullets ricochet 100 degrees back at you. Yeah, kind of curious. Something you have to see in game. Sounds like any bullet you fire that ricochets automatically flies back and kills you. Yes, it does. The truth of this total bullshit. Only bullets that fly at zero angle opposite should hit you. Yep. No, that's not. Realism is not a balancing mechanic. It is bullshit. Depends on how they want to do it. Yep, you are correct. Enjoy a bot front Helldiver, where you have to shoot the eye of everything from the Devastator tier in order to not kill yourself. Better bring a sniper and be 100% accurate. Well, that's the question here. I mean, did anyone try it? Better question. Or you pick a weapon that doesn't ricochet. Talking about the Senator, we covered this once again, and I really hope that they just don't turn it into a sniper rifle. Sniper pistols are dumb. Memes, like the fucking... It's like seeing a movie where they have a giant fucking, like, 44 Magnum with a giant sniper scope on it. The reason you have barrels is for expansion of gas and to make them more accurate as well as faster. Yeah. Not that real life is a balancing mechanic, or a in-game balancing mechanic, but, you know. Sniper pistols are dumb. There's a lot of ways you can make pistols fun, and that's not one of them. That's, 1D dumb shit. Logic right there. Which is fine if it's like, 10 feet away from you, or 5 feet away from you. 5 feet away from you, sure, 1D. But if you're talking like you're 1D'ing things at like fucking 100 yards... Maybe that's not really where we want to be. Talking about the beam cannon being nerfed slightly. The auto-vaulting option means we won't auto-climb supply pods anymore. Well, if you're close enough, you will. However, you have to manually climb obstacles now. Enough to hold space when running? Yeah. I suspect this is more complicated for controller players. They can 100% fix it if they wanted to. Reason for not having an auto manual toggle on vaulting. Good question. Ah, I found something undocumented. Commas have been added to the numbers on the map interface. Or they, I mean, if they want to be real assholes, they could use the dot. Some places in the world, instead of using a comma, use a period. Which I in no way, shape, or form agree with. But there are some places in the world that use a period instead of a comma. Yeah, that's if they want to be real assholes, they could 100% do it. I think it's some places in Asia that do that. Yeah, and maybe parts of Europe. Yeah, that's the real asshole thing, is where you use the dot instead of the comma as a comma. Because the dot actually has a place as a decimal. But, you know, like if they just want to be weird and different. Scout Striders are now less vulnerable to explosions, but why? Because they want to make them an actual useful unit. I'm not against this, by the way. Because, yeah, it like depends on how resistant they are. If it's just a Ruptor, if it's a crossbow, or it's the autocannon. Scout Striders are actually very fucking annoying, where they get out to that medium distance between you, where you're behind a rock, and just far enough into the field where you can't go around the back side of them and without exposing yourself to a shitload of enemies. They get right into that spot, and they just fucking pelt at you, and they don't move. And it's like, they went through, Striders have went through a couple different iterations since the game launched, and that's probably one of their most effective iterations. And then they also have like a pursuit mode where they just run after you really fast. Very fucking annoying. And then they just stop at like that medium range, and they like sit there. They could even make them more obnoxious if they wanted to, where if you start approaching them, they start backpedaling. Like, if they really... Like, there's all sorts of cool shit they can do with this game, guys, but if they made it where those fucking Striders just start, like, walking backwards while firing at you, yeah, like, slowly backpedaling, would be hilarious and fucking obnoxious at the same time. I'm not against that, by the way. I think that's fucking horrifyingly terrible, but you could 100%, like, it would just... It would add... You could even make them run away, but, I mean, if they turn around, they're just gonna get shot in the back, so... You know, just making them backpedal slowly would be very, very fucking obnoxious. See, Joel? See? You don't need to make everything one-shot kill people to have fun. That, like, they're the Scout Riders, yeah, the pursuit walkers, as I call them, are, yeah, they're very annoying now, and I think this is actually intentional, so that they're even more annoying. It did, when I started using the crossbow and I realized I could shoot them in the dick and just instantly kill them, it was like, almost like, oh my god, that's so much easier. But then you had to deal with all the other shit, and once again, this crossbow usefulness comes down to the fact that when I shoot a fucking shield devastator and I have this little window, this L-shaped window, and the fucking round hits here, not because of bullet drop and I'm aiming wrong, but rather because of the dispersion or the cone of fire in the weapon, it basically makes it unusable. You just can't do it. And that's putting aside all the other problems with, the, you know, like the nuances to using the crossbow, the downsides to it. Senator Speedloader, my body is ready. I hope they added, like, the actual little thing. Speedloaders are actually a thing, if you guys didn't know, and they're actually pretty cool for magnums. I use them in competitions all the time. I'm sure you guys have seen them. This? They're actually pretty cool. They have like a little thing and they just go poop and then puts bullets in it. It's still not as good as a magazine, but they tried. Like, they tried to make magnums kind of as effective as like a mag-fed pistol, right? And so they have speed loaders, which are honestly really fucking cool. Just by looks, are just really cool. And I hope these are actually in the game, because they look cool when you use them. So, assuming you just don't go like this and push all the bullets in, having a speed loader animation where you just take it, and especially if you like flick it away or something, that would be fantastic. Like, people love nuanced, weird shit. They love it, especially when it comes to video games. They love this shit. So if you actually pay attention to this, where you flick it open and then you put it in, and then like you just like throw away the loader bit, people would love that shit. They absolutely like they just start frothing. They just get hard and froth all over the place. It's exactly what you want, by the way. Yeah, speed loader. I didn't come up with that. I mean, I've seen them well before it was offered. I just never really used the Senator. Pistols in general are never really competitive with each other, so. Oh. Ah, the Tesla Tower charger runs into it and still one-shots it. Yep, as I mentioned, sentries have a lot of problems. Giving you 33% extra health is not... They could have given 300% extra HP, and it probably still would have issues. Yeah. Once again, if they made it where you just go up to the turret and you go boop, 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 or something for like 10 seconds and it pops out of the ground again, maybe then it wouldn't be horrible, but current iterations of turrets are just bad. They need a balancing pass, overall balancing pass to the category of turrets themselves to make them useful. The whole category needs a revamp. And if you wanted to, you could turn it into a buff for the ship where you have to, like, you know, the buff that you're going to give them, instead of making it a patch note, you just make it so people have to grind resources to do it. I don't think there's actually an issue with that, by the way. Is where they make the... But, I mean, the problem with that is if you have to nerf them again or you have to rebalance them, then you have to rebalance basically the add-on that people ground out. So, I guess it depends on what you want to do. But it gives some people something to do. Patrol spawning has been increased when there are less than 4 players. We're talking about basically the aggressive ramping of the difficulty. Increased by how much? Yeah, we talked about this before. Considering the magical popping behind you in an area you just cleared out less than 100 meters away from you too much. This is the way it always works. This is the way that patrols have always worked in this game, which is you can sometimes even see them spawn in. It comes from the fact that this game is not completely simulated, or it's not an RTS with mechanics where the units spawn out of a factory and walk across a map or meet up. Eventually, I hope they do that, but I think this is partially part of the downside of basically being peer-to-peer and having to run on people's ship boxes. Although if they want to take that further, and they still don't want to do dedicated servers, you know, with like 16 cores or whatever they're paying from Amazon, which generally are pretty affordable because a lot of game companies do it. They could make it so it's more decentralized, where it's running on everyone's shitbox at the same time. So depending, we talked about this before, but in-game, like EVE Online is actually, instead of it being like one server as a sector, you have like areas of influence that are basically controlled by one server and then by another server. So like the whole area is like decentralized, but at the same time like shares data with it. So they could actually make it where the game's hosted by everyone, and depending on the strength of your processor determines how much of the simulation you are running. And then that would increase basically the amount of CPU cycles they have available to them. So they could do more things like more bug holes and more bot drops and better logic and less issues with pathfinding, which are fucking... You'll see the bots that are just stalled on the map. Joel, look into flow field pathfinding. It was apparently a thing. A guy wrote a book on it. I tweeted at you guys. Flow field pathfinding. They use it in Supreme Commander. Apparently pretty... easy computationally on your computer, that is. But I haven't programmed it, and it looks like gibberish to me when I look at it, so. Someone quoting basically a hearsay post. Yeah, we looked through this post. I'm not going to 100%, I'm definitely not going to look at that and take that for word of mouth. It's kind of shit when people start talking about stuff. At least he quoted this, the numbers here, but this is basically hearsay at this point, because you have one person that didn't really list how they tested stuff at all, and like, you know, the amount of passes they do, like the number of tests they do, wasn't really anything they ever discussed, so their numbers are just completely open to no confidence. Yeah, like some of the stuff I agreed with in that post, and there's other things that just seem like they're just making stuff up. That sucks. I just completed a level 7 mission alone, and it was quite a thrill. Despite constant random spawns just right behind me, I don't think it'd be feasible with more spawns. Yeah, and then you got the guys that are saying you're getting punished for not being in a group. As I mentioned before, we're playing on Helldive, and when you have 2 people, the game's basically easy mode, and 3 people is even not super difficult. So I'd only launch with 3 or 4 people. Bunch of people that are soloing, freaking out about it. Tried using the bullet dog last night for bugs, and his change was already good. It does more damage than the laser dog, but it was never enough to offset the fact that not only would you have to reload, but the reloading mechanics were janky, and you wouldn't get the right amount of ammo back for it, which are pretty sure bugs. People saying you have to play with others because of the nerf to scaling. Or buff to scaling, whichever way you want to look at it. Still no spear fix. This was already talked about. We talked about it earlier. Apparently he's going to be on Thursday or sometime this week. He said it was either going to be on the initial patch or going to be later in the week. I guess they have so much on their plate, they're just going to put it in with the other bug fix. But it's still weird. They said, according to the Reddit, I think it was a Reddit post, they said that they had it fixed. They just didn't push it for like 2 weeks. That's a long fucking time. I guess. Autocannon with all the nerfs. Yep. Never really used the autocannon against bots, and I probably should have. They stated once that to them the autocannon is a perfectly balanced weapon. No, they said it was a perfectly made weapon, not a perfectly balanced weapon. They said that they loved the design on it, which I would agree. It's one of the best designed weapons in the game. They didn't say it was perfectly balanced. This is someone just making up shit because they misread it. They don't seem to like to admit when they're wrong. I disagree. They definitely seem to change stuff when they're wrong. They just don't say it. They don't need to say it. You don't need a public apology when they nerf shit. Because they can just... Once again, remember how we're talking about people getting solidified in their camps if you don't change stuff constantly? This is what happens. You get people that aren't used to change, and then they make up this fictitious position that everyone starts aligning with, and then it turns into us versus them, and then people start crying a fucking river when something they like gets nerfed. And you don't want that. You want people to be in flux. So they're like, yeah, whatever. This is the new slice of life, right? People talking about Raise the Flag. I am interested in playing that, but if they don't scale it properly, it's going to turn out like the fucking extraction mission, and that's fucking horrifying. Wait, they nerfed the crossbow? That thing needed a huge buff. It got some buffs. They nerf it super hard. Was like they nerfed one part of it, but then they buffed a part. Yeah, so they slightly made a smaller explosion, increased the stagger, decreased mags, ergonomics, muzzle velocity increased. So it might be side grade. I mentioned this before. The biggest problem with the crossbow was accuracy. It's not the damage drop off. I'd say that's kind of like a side grade. PSA, do not use the Plasma Punisher in combination with the shield backpack. Apparently the shield causes the plasma round to detonate early, aka in your face. That Thursday bug fix, guys. Thursday bug fix. Oh. Cool. Shield backpack is very, very common. Talking about ricochet. It's only bullets that ricochet straight back at you. This is written as every single ricochet. A bullet will never actually ricochet straight back at you. It might come back at you, or the shrapnel might come back at you, but like for it to hit something and like literally just bounce back at your face, like it would need to have some ridiculous like ergonomics for it to come straight back down the barrel. Just everything will just deflect. But the shrapnel from it, so when the bullet hits whatever it is, can actually just like deform and shoot back at you. Pulse crossbow nerf is insanity. Like I said, I think it's a side grade, but it might be a nerf. It doesn't need to be a nerf. Like I said, it's the accuracy. It's literally where the dispersion of the arrow, not the bullet drop, not the flight. It's the differentiation, the cone of fire for the crossbow. Because then you can't hit the fucking L. You need to be able to shoot the slick guys, poke the hole, get the arrow right in there, right in the eyeball. You gotta get it right in the eyeball, and if you can't do that, then it's pointless. Not good against bugs. Diligence, now one-shots Devastators in the Dome, extreme-based. See, once again, we're starting to talk about... See, now you have a primary weapon that can be used instead of an AMR. So we talked about this earlier, guys, where there should be a differentiation between the two, and people will never be happy with a sniper unless it's an AMR. So the stratagem, the anti-material rifle, right? People will not be happy until they can do with the sniper that they can do with the anti-material rifle. And I don't think that's the case. I think a stratagem should always be just the better option if you have it, right? It's the better thing. And it shouldn't. And people are saying good, felt like a semi-auto sniper in the first place, getting low, good to hear. How does it feel to use? Exaggerated, cream my pants. See, people love buffs. They love being overpowered, guys. Everyone loves being overpowered. But they aren't like, hey, what about the AMR now? Is anyone in the comments here, what about the AMR? Exponentially better, on par with the slugger. Going back to DCS and AMR loadouts based. Okay. Yep. You basically, in this case, they gave them a stratagem weapon that is now a primary, and people aren't gonna. If you're gonna nerf this, people aren't gonna like. You got the sniper guys here all jerking off to it, but if you're gonna nerf it, which it probably shouldn't be the AMR, then you're gonna end up in a scenario once again like this. So, where people are gonna be super disappointed because you gave them little shining of hope, right? Which is also why I said that there probably shouldn't be any snipers in the primary category unless they are, like, there's extreme downsides to them, and there isn't. So, it's just an AMR, only it's not a primary, or a stratagem. Pearl spawns, scaling again. Scaling discussion, player scaling discussion. People talking about the heavy armor. Yeah, depending on how the heavy armor might be, or the 100+ armor rating, it might actually be kind of cool. We'll have to see. That's one. It's not. You don't need to wear heavy armor. You just have to wear medium. Decrease the number of mags from 12 to 6. Eruptor. As an Eruptor enjoyer, I actually understand this nerf. The number of mags really seem large compared to the other weapons. That's a guy that actually, most people are not very objective, and they're actually admitting the Eruptor's kind of broken. Yeah. Never went below 7 to 8 megs with the gun. Yep, like I said when we were talking about it, if they nerfed the megs down to 4, I'd probably still use it. Ammo nerf isn't that bad, but what they actually gutted was the AoE size. Having multiple kills per shot is much rarer. Yeah, they said slightly, but that's subjective. There's no number there. Why nerfing solos? Plasma Punisher can have smaller mags on top of dog shit damage, just why? Here's the damage was 250 now, if I recall it was 100. There's been 250 that had explosive damage to the tooltip. For all the arc users out there, don't bother using the thrower on Hulks no more. Arc thrower? The lightning bros? Blitzer? I didn't see anything about the thrower in here. It got buffed. Kickler got buffed. There's nothing in here about the arc thrower. Power the dot, bug spear, and AMR misalignment, 3 bits used, not fixed. Shut the fuck up. Suck a dick. Oh my god, they haven't fixed the thing that I need to talk about right now! My lord and savior, the AMR, and the fucking, oh my god, the spear lock on bug hasn't been fixed. Putting aside the fact they said that there was going to be fixed this coming week. It hasn't been fixed yet! Shut the fuck up, let them cook. Like, it's one thing if they don't, like I mentioned before, it's one thing if they don't say that there's issues with it and it's a long-standing problem, which I criticize them for. It's another thing if it hasn't been fixed. There's a lot of shit going on, if you couldn't see that from the bug notes here, the patch notes. Yeah, I don't... Like I said, Karens like this can suck a dick. People like 244 upvotes. People like this can suck a dick. It'll get fixed eventually. It's not like they aren't doing anything because they're doing a lot of shit. Once again, very fast-moving development, and good for that. They're working on it. You think the Scythe and the Dagger buff is enough? It's 20% and 33%. It felt like you need more. Yes, it does. Unless they've changed something that I don't understand in the game. Those buffs were not in any way, shape, or form meaningful. That being said, the pistol, the laser pistol, is never going to be good. Unless they come up with a different strategy for using it, it's not going to be good. Still a few spear fix. Don't care. Suck my dick. AC untouched. I can go back to sleep with it under my pillow. Yeah. AC. Like I said, I never really used the AC, even against bots. Maybe I should have. I've watched people use it, by the way, and I know it's good. Use it. I like having a shield pack, because otherwise the bots really toss your salad. Talking about things that they haven't fixed. Don't care, don't care. Don't care. Yeah, I get that you know that there's a bug and you want it fixed. Don't care. Thought they were done with nerfs. Why would they ever be done with nerfs? 247 points. Suck a dick. People talking about spawning scaling for player numbers. Bugs that exist. I think there's literally just people going down the list and just upvoting stuff that says there's a bug, then it still exists. Like they have this 2 tick boxes in their mind that says bug, not fixed, and then they click the upvote button on it. Like that's it. That is their only criteria in their mind is bug, not fixed, upvote. There's like they're all saying the same thing, and it's just like each of them has like 200 upvotes. It's just the same people just upvoting it. I don't know what this guy's trying to do. The guy's trying to summarize. This guy must be on a fucking Adderall trip or something. I think he's trying to summarize with using numbers the balancing logistics in their mind. I don't know what this guy's doing. Something. Playing nerf divers at this point. I mean, they buffed some things. They buffed a lot of things in addition to nerfing things. That's why you get people used to just changes all the time. You don't fucking wait 6 months to change shit and then people freak out about it. I get the idea of nerfing OP weapons. It doesn't seem to change the fact my fun is reduced. I just got used to the Dominator and was using it was OP-ish. I used the Dominator before it got buffed, and not really after it got buffed because it was already good. OP at all and took a lot of skill. Now it will be harder, like, bro. I used it with 200 damage and it was fine. Not like the game is easy on health type just because I'm using the Dominator Lamau. That's not how game balance works. Something's too hard, you can reduce the difficulty, guys. People don't seem to think... Once again, we've talked about this before, and I think it's interesting to bring it up. We've talked about MMR being in this game. And what I mean by that, I think it's kind of interesting to address this, is that you can't pick the maximum difficulty level you can play on. The maximum difficulty level you can play on is there based on your skill. And if there was MMR in the game, obviously you make things sweatier. I'm not completely sold on the idea, and I think it would be interesting for a change, is that the game would pick the highest difficulty you can play at. So you can't pick it. Obviously you could select the lower difficulty if you want to play a lower difficulty, but you can't pick the upper range of the difficulty. Only the game can do that for you. So what that would lead to is groups of people could only play at a certain difficulty because the game thinks you are incapable of doing so. And obviously, it'd probably invite a lot of controversy, but at the same time, it would mean there'd be more consistent matches, the people in the matches would be more capable of actually achieving the end goal, and the balancing for the game could actually be made more difficult, and you wouldn't have to worry about fucking Karens coming on Reddit and then complaining because their favorite weapon was nerfed, and apparently that's the only reason they can play on Helldive. So, like, I don't think it would actually be horrible, and we've talked about this a couple different times in the stream. I don't think it would be horrible if there was actually MMR in the game. and maybe just as a experimental change of some kind, but where basically you could only, and it allowed them basically to scale up the difficulty more too. You can only pick up, like, you can only pick the difficulty the game allows you up to a certain level, and then basically you'd be stuck playing a lower difficulty. It'd take one of the options out of people's hands, where these people on Reddit seem to think that like they freak out because they can barely play on Helldive, and they don't want to turn down the difficulty because they can't in their mind apparently to enjoy themselves. So then they just complain whenever basically they can no longer play on Helldive, and they have to be able to play on Helldive. Like, everyone has to be able to play on Helldive. Arguably, you should have like a little bit more, you know, like normal distribution, where the majority of players are probably playing on diff 5 to 7, right? And then things start to fall off. You get something like this, where you got a bell curve here, where that's not even a bell curve because it's a steeple, but you know, it goes up and then it goes down. Depends on what you want your bell curve to look like. But it seems an awful like where the majority of players need to play on Helldive, and all of a sudden you don't have this drop off here, where like I want to play on like diff 13, but I can't play on diff 13 because everything's diff 9 now. And the game was more difficult on diff 9 before. They nerfed the chargers, for instance, for the bugs. And the bots have always been really fucking weird because they just one-tap you out of nowhere and you just die, and it's very easy for the bots to overwhelm you and instantly kill you, as it turns out. But the bugs, on the other hand, have had a weird nuance where were harder before, and then they're all over the place in terms of difficulty. It also allows you for more consistent difficulty, so people can always play the same challenge and expect the same results out of it, right? Okay, this is just a bunch of repeat shit. I'm not interested in that. A lot of people complaining because stuff's still broken. Fucking suck a dick. There's a lot of stuff in here that is cool. So, I don't know. Like, of the biggest changes here, guys, of things that are interesting, Quasar is falling out. Looks like the autocannon might just be really in. It's very difficult. Like, autocannon against bugs is extremely difficult to do. The main reason for that is because you have to shoot the chargers in the pooper, and then the Bile Titans, I still cannot figure out where you're supposed to shoot them. Some people say you're supposed to shoot them in the head or the mouth, and every time I do that, I just get ricochets. So, yeah, I don't exactly know what you're supposed to do against Bile Titans with the autocannon. I guess it's one of those things that maybe you need to practice more, but I was never able to figure it out. Autocannon just being probably one of the best, you know, stratagems in the game right now. But they readjusted the Quasar, which did, compared to like the Recoilless or the EAT, was, you know, the obvious logical choice. The Adjudicator, much better place, which is basically the way that I use it in the first place. Laser cannon will be interesting. Probably the biggest, I mean, there's a lot of big changes here. Armor or railgun might be usable now. It depends on how it works. Did anyone even talk about the railgun? 7 hits. All of them are in this ginormous fucking post. This is the only person talking about the railgun is literally this one guy. You give up average numerical nerf values. What the fuck is this? Get the fuck out of here. Like I said, this guy is like literally tripping on Adderall, whoever the fuck this is. Like literally just snorted a line of Adderall before he made that post. Probably just threw it into ChatGPT too. Excuse me, if I average all the numerical values of all the nerfs that were put into the game, we can see that we are at a net loss in the current state of the game. You know, like, okay. Yeah, all percents are directly related to each other because it's a percent, right? Oh my god. Interesting to see if the railgun is back on the table, though. Railgun was a fun weapon to use. It was very powerful. It needed a nerf, but it's basically unusable now. Whether or not the railgun works now, we'll be curious. All about the charge time on it. Literally all about the charge time. It takes too long. If we had to summarize this, what is this? I mean, a lot of people nerfed the scaling. The buffs depends on the direction. Nerfed player scaling. A lot of the weapons were changed, which is most interesting here. Punisher Plasma might be useful. That's a lot of you have to test them. You have to try them out and see if they actually kind of do things. Quasar was a big nerf. Disruptor might be a big nerf. Slightly drops off faster. According to the post, that's not the case, but slightly is subjective. The snipers are now becoming stratagems. Oh, we'll mention that. Okay. We are going to 100% make a highlight of this and pop it to the YouTubes, guys. Make a highlight of this and pop it to the YouTubes, guys. Story. We'll give it a sec. A biz is not a biz. No real updates. I don't think there's really any stratagem. They just did a one and done as Blizzard normally. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's take a look at the Helldivers Reddit here, guys. Take a look at the patch notes for today. I glanced over them already on the Discord. But we'll do it for stream. And talk, there's a substantial amount of balancing changes here, in which the game desperately needs. Biz is not. So you. Wow. We are going to 100% make a highlight of this and pop it to the YouTubes, guys. Make a highlight of this and pop this and... Once again, we're not going to go back to Helldivers 2 today. Probably next week, maybe Tuesday or Thursday, on a patch day. Give it more time. Helldivers 2. Snipers breaking the stratagem barrier. Senator useful? And fucking sentry turret. We increased the health of the Tesla tower by 33%. Yeah. I don't like... It kind of makes you wonder. I'm not trying to be too hard on Joel, guys, but it does make me wonder, like, if he watches the Charger literally just run over the turret and it blows up, and, like, he's like, huh, maybe we should increase the health by 33%. Maybe the stop point isn't 33%. It's how long do you want the turret to last versus how fast it dies, right? In terms of balancing, right? You know, like, what do you want the turrets to do? What do you want the sentries to do? Phase nerfs. Long patch note discussion, guys. Done. Done and done. Oof. That's something like a 2-hour, guys. A 2-hour fucking highlight. I can't even do that on YouTube. Like, if I was streaming just to YouTube and not Twitch, like, I couldn't actually make, like, a 2-hour highlight just out of nowhere. Because it's like, you can only go back, like, 2 hours in your stream. Two and a half hour highlight. Processing. It might take a little bit. No processing. Yeah? You still processing? Normally it finishes right away. Large amounts of traffic right now on Twitch. Something. I don't know. It is a long fucking highlight. Done yet? No. Get it out right now. Needs to go right now. Hold on a second, guys. There it goes. Export. Done. Fucking 2.5 hours. That's great. A lot of content. That wasn't just like talking for the sake of talking. Big fucking patch. There it is. Yeah. Patch. Patch. 0. Oh my god, you're using up my characters. 0, 0, 0, 300. Yeah. Recorded April 20. Eggs. Ready. That. Well, you make sounds at me without my permission. Discord? Fuck is that? $3 yeah. I mean, there's a lot of patch discussion, guys. There's a lot of shit going on there. Good, and very interested in the game, too. Begin processing shortly. Alright. Public. Well, you guys will be able to see it when it goes public. It's basically dependent, not only has to go through processing steps, but at the moment you can see it, it's live. And then it also, at the same time, will, HD quality eventually comes up, but it takes a while. Want to watch it sooner? You can. Have fun. Okay. Good shit, guys. Alrighty. Done and done. I mean, we didn't even look at the rest of the fucking... We didn't even look at the rest of the fucking Reddit. Oh my god. Might as well explode in your face via shield backpack. Bug report. Play a grenade launcher. Ah! Oh no! Center got a speed loader. Most of the 24 things being changed or being buffed, there's like maybe 2 I'd consider a nerf, and most of the nerfs are just reduce the maximum megs carried. I'd agree with that. Fucking lie. It depends on how you look at the weapons. Someone else made a patch notes patch thread to farm karma. Who's this guy? Fuck this guy. Fuck Kermit the Frog 01. Suck a dick. The new crossbow changes summarized. Probably should have even looked at this prior to making the patch notes. Oh my god. That's a pretty small radius, guys. That being said, prior to this, I've definitely had cases where AoE damage doesn't register properly. Crossbow itself wasn't very good. Good, slightly for Arrowhead is apparently a very different experience for most other people. New patch and the devs ruined it all once more. Totally not exaggerated. Rant. It's the opposite of rant. Folks complain for some reason the last ones, the reserve megs have been reduced, yet damage has been increased, calling the devs on drugs because they perceive it as a nerf. You're trying to tell me you ran through all ice before dying? So the magazines for the sickle. Yeah, that's probably not the way the weapon should be run in the first place, but yeah, we talked about that in the patch notes, how it's kind of weird that they don't differentiate the laser guns more, where the sickle, or the scythe, originally started with like, what, 2 megs? 1 meg? And they use it up and you're fucked. So playing around more with the power ramping and the energy mechanic isn't really a thing, as opposed to it just being another shitty liberator. Or better liberator. Someone defending the changes the developers made. Reload animation for the center uses both speed loader and manual reloads. Yeah, that's what it says in the patch notes, where if you unload the whole thing, it actually loads fast, probably a lot faster. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, show us that speed loader. Yeah, you gotta dump all the ammo. It's like the same amount of time. Actually, less time to use the speed loader. Well, I do like the fact that they kind of have a... This doesn't look like a chunky enough Magnum. If you've actually seen like a 44 Magnum in real life, they're very chunky guns. It doesn't look like a 44 Magnum. Let's see. Increasing patrol spawns for smaller squads is a dick move. It depends on how difficult you want to make it. Potential new enemies spotted. Cosplay? Armor 3D printed using Galactic Armory files. That's hilarious. Nice. Arrowhead, that's what you want. That's free publicity right now. Right there. Quasar nerf is okay and it's not that big of a deal. Yep, because it was needed. People don't like nerfs. They'll never like nerfs. They like being OP. They always like being OP. Almost everyone is subjectively imbued in a game to the point of religious zealotry in anything they enjoy. Eruptor nerf is a perfect example of why only buff is bad. Are they going to talk about how broken? It's weird how the Eruptor people people are using the Eruptor, but no one was talking about using the Eruptor because no one wanted nerfed. Buff every weapon to be like this, we're erasing an entire game mechanic. He's talking about the ammo utilization of it. Yeah. You mean buffs and nerfs are going to come in both flavors? Helldivers 2 moment. Crazy person using the manual turret. Fuck is he not dead? Like a TV screen with recorded footage? What is this? It looked like an edge of a TV screen. Nothing's shooting him. Alive. How is nothing shooting this guy? Why is there literally nothing shooting this guy? Streamer mode? What the fuck? It's like they're all ignoring him. That's, I mean, there is a streamer mode for sure. We've talked about that a couple different times, guys. What is that? And I postulated that other people in the game, especially people cheating, have figured out how to use it without basically the developers doing it to them. What the fuck? It actually looked like he was sitting in front of like a TV, like this is the ledge of a TV or something, and it's actually not even there. Like, it literally, this just like fired over the top of him and didn't even fire at him. Oh, is absolutely none of this targeting him, guys. That's the... Putting aside what you're seeing in this clip, the most remarkable thing here is the fact that nothing is shooting him. Even needed to use a stim? Didn't even look like he got shot, he just got knocked over. Hey, this is just completely ignoring him. And there's like 500 kgs like dropping right in front of him. It's not even doing damage to him. The fuck is this? That is sus as fuck, guys. Oh, we're probably done with World of Warcraft, so I can close that. Okay. Well, as I mentioned, we're not going back to Helldivers 2 tonight, guys. We'll probably go back next week, maybe after a patch drops, so I get more time off from Helldivers 2. And leave it to fallow for a bit more. Joel can sit there and revel with his shitty beta testers instead of me. Oh, it's not the same! I can't throw 3 times as many units at you as Ben Sam! I know. I know, it's crazy, right? Alright. Let's move on, guys. We're going to play some Overwatch 2 here. A few games here this morning. A lot. Fucking long. Long-ass fucking podcast stream here. Mainly patch notes are fantastic. Lots going on there. Lots to discuss. Right, moving along. Good shit. All right. Let's get some Overwatch 2 in, guys. Jesus Christ. By the way, this says rant, but it should be a meme. I love the kids that overreact to everything and any sort of nerf, just ruining everything. It's like they're on their last straw, and the only thing keeping them alive was the Eruptor before it got nerfed, sort of shit. Huh. Railgun got nerfed, people started using other shit. Just the way that went. The system will heal, guys. Let's see. That and that. Good.
Strike from above.
Nature will heal.
When I'm hitting my shots, you can't touch me. Double. My rocket on you. Double. Double kill. Triple kill. Multiple hits confirmed. I don't think so.
Got him.
Maximum impact. Double kill. Taking off. Double kill. Double kill. No. Messy, but we got it done. Double kill. Double kill. Blast it. Notched another.
There's new monitors coming out too. When is...
Now, prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
The 480 hertz.
Strike from above. There is always room for improvement.
They're doing the new swanky 240 hertz 4K or 480 hertz 1080p, but there's actually a native 1440p 480 hertz monitor coming later this year. OLED.
No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
That sucks for Phara now, because you used to have to
No unnecessary risks.
ride the edge, and you can't do that anymore. Regen your rocket, or you don't regen your jets fast enough anymore.
4, 3,
Hello.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective.
Yeah.
Enemy over here.
There's a Reaper there. There used to be a Doomfist there. That response before I came around the corner? Kinda looks that way.
We're outnumbered. Careful.
Increasing altitude.
Man? No? I guess he's done. Alright.
Must waste this. I see an enemy.
Wrong one, guys. Everyone just leaped away. Unintentionally, unrelated to me actually coming down for a Q. We just got in a bad nuance. Bad part of the flow.
Aerial position.
Wasn't reactionary.
I will not waste. I see an enemy. Excellent teamwork.
Remarkably, no hit scan yet. Getting a lot of focus, too.
Check confirmed. Enemy over here. Repositioning.
He's dueling the Reaper right now? Alright.
Thanks for the assist.
Now you want to punch me. Like, literally all you're doing is trying to punch me. All Doomfist like doing is punching you. As a Phara. Like, get some horny guys.
All systems nominal. Taking off. Require assistance at my location.
The fuck is emerging? I literally gave her a point. What is she doing? What is she doing? Like, she literally fucking flew off of me. Did she think I was dead or something? I don't know.
Establishing aerial position. I don't think so.
Mine! My health kit! Mine! Fuck the Lucio. I don't even know where the Lucio is. Oh. He was above the little ledge, guys. That's why I couldn't see him. You could see my lower half, though.
Increasing altitude.
Right now.
Ah, the shit there, guys. Exactly sure what's going on here. Like, our other DPS has damage, but he does no limbs. Probably should have went for medkit. I didn't know where the, like, who was there. As the tank was there, I could have went for medkit though.
Let's show him some air power. I'm taking off. Repulsion.
Meteor strike charging.
Yeah. Oh, so close. I fully expected him to come at me. I thought I could kill him though. These teams are not remotely balanced here, guys. What the fuck is going on here? Like, it's normal? Like, our damage numbers look normal, but why do I have, like, 10 more limbs than fucking everyone else? Like, they weren't actually killing people, they're just doing damage. Christ. That was fucking weird. That was something. Hit scan either, like we should have easily had that. But I was the only one generating kills. Look at this. Normally limbs don't mean anything, by the way, it just means you touch someone. But this effectively, from what was happening in this match, means I was basically soloing players and killing them without the rest of my teammates even touching them at all. Like, they weren't even doing anything. Very, very weird match. That damage numbers. That's something. Very, very weird match. Username is BenSam123. Yeah. As it turns out, anyone can be called BenSam123. So it doesn't include my, battle tag. Oh. Good. Good. True story? What is it leaking? It's my battleman name. Being leaked. Next game.
Arriving at Watch
Gibraltar.
Point, Gibraltar.
Normally there isn't that much of a distribution, dispersion difference between the two DPS on the team. Never even went.
Strike from above. Hero crew. Who knows what we'll find out there?
How much fucking Xanax do you think Venture's on, guys, to enjoy their life? They just fucking cracked out of their mind. It reminds me of someone that's on, like, lethal doses of Xanax.
Forget regulation. After this mission, I'm throwing a party.
Maybe they tried to duplicate the vibes from Tracer. Makes people slow and lazy. It also makes them quirky and happy. And if you do that and like snort a line of cocaine, you probably have Venture.
Attack commencing.
We expected that guy to actually go under.
System repaired. Dispersing.
Hit not okay. Doomfist. Huge stutter. Oh my god! Slane, stop scanning my computer. The fuck is going on here? A headshot. Thanks, Blizzard. Got through an entire game without that happening.
Let's show him some air power. Aerial positioning underway. I require healing.
Fuck did the Anna go? I don't know. Oh, this is gone. There we go. And my entire team isn't there. I don't know where my teammates are either. The tank was up there. I don't know where the rest of the 3 guys on their team are. I have a porn folder on my computer.
To battle.
This cloud, brah.
Do something en route.
Can't fucking hit it.
Calling out the trickster. Justice reigns.
Oh my god, I thought the Mercy was closer. Got 2 tap.
Justice reigns from above.
Cloud is not trustworthy. Are you trying to trust the cloud with the porn?
Aerial positioning underway.
I don't know why the cloud would have to be trustworthy as far as porn goes. Got some real bad juju. Ash is extremely accurate. That was right on my position behind the wall.
I knew I could help.
There in low HP so he could kill me with the
Dispersing.
fire.
Taking to the air.
Dynamite.
Well deserved.
Down me once. I'm pretty sure the Ash is cheating, by the way. Thanks for leaving the fucking circle. And the fucking infinity field. Vulnerability field. Game's consuming my CPU cycles, guys. It's not my fault.
I'm on fire!
Establishing aerial position. Perfect hit. Rains from above.
Check it.
Enemy here.
No. That's okay.
I see an enemy. Eyes on a target. Issuing an alert.
How are you still here? Okay.
Rockets on fuel.
Alright. Yeah.
Excellent.
Bunch of concussion?
I'm taking off.
I mean, sure. That's some very chonky looking aim going on there. And he snapped it behind the corner.
Turning to battle.
Very stuttery aim.
Positioning.
Yeah.
On the move. Enemy here. Justice rains from above.
Good.
All systems nominal. Enemy over here. Establishing aerial position.
Ah, I sure love.
Enemy here. Do something. That's 3 in a row.
I just got stuck in a corner. Blizzard, I swear to fucking God, you make shit like that just to kill Pharaohs. No way. Well, I mean, they nerf Pharaohs, so maybe. Yeah, there's like a little niche there that you can get stuck on and not slide off of
Another approach.
while it's backpedaling. Good. Uh-huh. That. I don't know where the fucking Mercy went. Alright. Guys. Not super shabby. Still not great though.
Play of the game.
Justice reigns from above.
Talking about Rhine battles. I think meta is not actually a repeatable source, honorable. Meta is not honorable. There we go. Not repeatable, honorable. Dost thou refuse to Rhine duel? Huh. Dost thou refuse to Rhine duel? Better. It's kind of like, I really, really wish your averages were based on a seasonal basis, and they aren't. So you can't, like, all this shit is based on literally, like, my entire lifetime in Overwatch, and that's fucking terrible. That's horrifyingly bad. Because then you can't pick out the stats of when you're doing better. Especially when things change drastically between seasons, like when Phara gets nerfed to the ground. And now my flight time isn't anywhere close to what it used to be. Flight time used to be 71 to 75%, and now it's like 65-ish. Oh yeah, you wanna be having a endorsement orgy? Happy Monday, guys. Now we wait. Account. All right.
Now arriving at Lijiang, prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Pretty good.
Strike from above.
I don't have a lot of experience healing people who fly.
Just hit me in midair. How
In here.
hard could it be?
Stop. Stop that.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture.
Establishing aerial position. I need healing.
All right.
Much better. Concussive out. You are watching the sky. Aerial positioning underway. Repulsion.
Ah. This Phara's OP as shit. We better counter her.
Hostile mark. Watch out for that enemy.
Blasted. Coming through. I'm on top of the world.
Enemy here. This is no
Just talk about danger close. Dispersing.
Fucking Bath put their fucking field in like the worst possible case. Phara missiles through Bath field are fucking insane. Like absolutely insane. And like he puts it in a weird, awkward place like just for himself. It must be some stream like that's not new. Streamer advice from someone. By the way, you don't actually need to put it in like some sort of extreme spot or anything like that. Just like a little bit of an angle so people can shoot through it. Like just so it can angle around a corner, anything like that. You know, like you don't need to have the perfect spot, but just kind of putting it in a decent spot. Yeah. See? That's like, even if I didn't get those, like it would have been absurd. Ah, yeah, the cripple duel, guys. Now Phara versus Phara, neither can fly. Can't wait. Echo is, by the way, just superior to Phara. I just play Phara because I miss Phara and I like Phara. Echo was superior to Phara even prior to the nerfs. Echo is just a better Phara.
I think this mission might inspire my next single. Yo, save the day.
Like, instantly through the battlefield, like, instantly delete anything with Phara's Q if you hit missiles on him.
Yes. Flying the friendly skies. That's hard vacuum, babe. That's hard. That's hard vacuum, babe.
Capture the objective.
Okay. fuck is that? What is going on? Lots of focus. Lots of fucking focus, guys. On me.
Let's show 'em some air power.
No, he's won. Why am I not pointing him out? Because I killed myself. Lizard! Why can't I free look when I'm dead and like point stuff out? Why is it not a thing? Lizard, still not a thing. You can only point out the last person that did damage to you. Wait, what? Why?
Keeping the heat on.
Venture honestly looks like a lot of fun. Oh my god, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Remembers. Winston will remember Phara Q. Okay. That was all like body and headshots.
Always more to learn. Repositioning. Justice reigns from above. Justice reigns from above. That's 3 in a row.
Pick off screen.
Making another approach.
Our numbers are low. Careful.
Good.
Score 1-1.
It's a focus, guys.
Can't wait to get out there.
don't have Sombra hacking us constantly anymore. Good.
All
Pretty
systems
good.
fired up and ready to engage. 해보자고.
And Phara's not a counter to Phara. Phara's never been a counter to Phara. Echo's a counter to Phara.
One. Round three. Capture objective.
Exactly the reason you just saw.
System repair. Or direct.
That might be cheating. Game is legitimately all over the fucking place. The app is definitely cheating.
Let's show 'em some air power.
So, last round 2. But need more data points. Bound to happen, guys.
I don't think so. Increasing altitude.
Oh, my E's down. That's gone.
Brains from above. 不洗澡。I'm taking the objective. Converge on me.
Yeah.
Up and away. Repulsion.
This guy's legit just fucking trying to mid-air me. You're a tiny little crack. Like, why?
Enemy here.
I even shot her once too. I was hoping someone else did damage to her, but no one did damage to her.
Okay, my head's in the game.
Ah. Good.
Increasing altitude.
Bro. Well, there's that. Sure wish I could use the bat field. That'd be great. It's always weird in this game where it feels like you held the point for longer than they did. Very accurate. Watch me through the wall.
I don't stay down.
Alright, Lucio. What the fuck's going on there? Oh my god. And we got a healer with 7,000 damage, or healing. something. Their BAP was cheating for sure. I don't know about their Phara. Their Phara didn't seem to know how to play their character, but very accurate. Ours? After I pointed out that he's cheating, he stopped basically attacking me, which is kind of weird in and of itself. Let's see. Okay. Let's take a look at Zarya at the end, too. Fun.
Ready for battle.
This guy. Winston, you can't really tell. We've seen people cheat at fucking every character in the game, guys. We've seen Winstons with aimbots before, for their lightning cannon. Zarya is generally the go-to when people toggle on and tank, though. It's only like 1 minute here.
We will crush them.
What I saw was the guy snapped me through the wall, which he did. Kill cam? There isn't much else here besides that. There's only a minute of gameplay on Zarya. Right here. That's me through the wall. He can't actually see me right now. What I was talking about? He can't see my gun barrel. There's no health bars or anything, but he's looking exactly at my position as I come in around the corner. Hey, the Venture.
I'm the cream of the crop.
Protecting you.
Couldn't really see anything there. Let's take a look at the Phara now. Only one weird sus spot and only a minute of gameplay, so. midair, then with a concussion.
Taking off.
Okay. See anything going on there? That guy just didn't have anyone attacking him for the most part. I had the entire enemy team trying to kill me, and that guy had no one shooting at him. Cool. Next game. Take a piss, though. Enough time, guys? I believe I do. Back. Ready. Let's see.
Maximum impact. My rockets are fuel. Justice served.
Double kill.
I don't think so.
Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Prepare for battle.
Pasa.
Your hero.
Ready. Axerd actually cheating? Let's find out. People are kind of on the nose. They aren't afraid to put it right in their name, guys. I go, lol, it's just a meme. Yeah, it's more of a meme when you're actually cheating.
Strike from above. No one's a natural. We all have to put in the work.
Pre-mission checklist complete. Now it's time for the good bit.
Three, two, one.
Aerial positioning underway.
Mark.
En route. Positioning. I am power.
Okay. What's on here? Can't agree on
Hang on fire. I am.
Enemy over here.
oh,
Meteor strike.
Positioning. Heat check confirmed.
oh. That was necessary. All right.
The tree is gone.
Mark. Secure. Next, flashpoint. Go.
En route.
Rah.
Establishing aerial position.
Enemy spotted.
Thanks for the assist. Justice reigns right.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Affirmative. I'm taking off. I will not waste this opportunity. Taking them down.
Need some assistance? I see an enemy.
My rockets are yours.
Ah.
Aerial positioning underway.
Heroes never die.
Perfect hit.
I see an enemy.
Meteor strike.
What? I thought he was gonna show up.
Secure.
I am
Next,
power.
flashpoint. Ruins.
Over there. In the air.
Teleport's down. No. Not for long.
Move up here.
On the move.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
Thank you. I will not waste this opportunity.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Taking off. Dispersing.
Oh no, he's almost. Okay, there's an Anna back there too. Definitely felt like it should have killed him.
Let's show him some air power.
Like my aim's fucked up again.
This ends now.
On the move. Aerial positioning underway.
Or sometimes it feels like this game puts a debuff on your character.
I am power. That's 3 in a row.
God. Fucking debuff jets.
Heroes never die.
Securing the objective.
Jesus Christ. Ah, lovely.
I'm
Mythic
not
skin
done
res. True Mercy aficionado.
yet. Thanks for the assist.
Oh, there goes their tank. Enabled by the Mercy heals. Kinda big difference on the healers between the two teams. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. Could just be staying alive longer? I don't know. Actually, he's not super amazing. Pretty good. Alright, well, there's that. Like I said, it felt like my fucking aim wasn't on at all in that game. Very weird. Sometimes it just feels like the accuracy in this game just doesn't... goes away. Just disappears. No idea why. So out of nowhere, just poof, you're gone, and you have to restart the game. Sure. Fucking weird. Okay, today, as mentioned, well, shorter stream, and on top of it, we spent the majority of the time, 3 hours, talking about Helldivers 2 and the patch notes, guys. After 2.5 hour highlight on that, on the patch notes. Very good. Very good. Lots of good changes going on there, guys. Lots of needed changes. Lots of bug fixes, too. And, of course, the kids are whining because not everything's fixed, but that's the way it is. So, we are not going back to Helldivers 2 tonight. We are probably going to wait till next week, probably on a patch day, to go back to Helldivers 2, and then we'll probably play it for maybe a week and then rotate. It depends on how interested in the game I am when we go back and vice versa. But we need to leave it to fail because I played it for fucking 2 months, and that was enough time. And there's no one watching it, so unless you're a big streamer, basically, there's very limited visibility going on there, so not many people watching. If they added drops, you know, it would definitely spruce things up, which I've mentioned a few different times. They probably should add drops. They don't need to add a lot either, just something that gets people in the to watching streams. So even though it generally benefits the bigger streamers, it benefits everyone, and there's a lot of people that play the game, so yeah. But alrighty, guys, I'm out here for this morning, guys. If you are new to the stream and you enjoyed the bullshit, enjoyed the fun, enjoyed the 2.5 hours of patch notes, make sure to follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, as well as Trovo every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6, so late night North America time. You stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends what's going on in my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. If you are interested in the new Helldivers patch, we went into great detail and depth on it, and it is uploaded to the YouTubes and should be either processed or in the middle of processing, but it should already be public, so give it a watch, guys. But alrighty, guys, I am out here for this morning, guys. Thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Monday morning and afternoon. Have a good day, guys.